The stone door had not been touched for thousands of years. No light, no air, no human presence had crossed that threshold since the moment it was sealed. When the final wedge was removed and the chamber exhaled its first breath into the modern world, the archaeologist closest to the opening instinctively stepped back. Not because of dust. Not because of debris. But because of a feeling, an overwhelming, instinctive certainty that something inside that tomb did not want to be found. Imagine standing at the edge of a place where time itself feels wrong. Where silence presses against your ears so heavily it feels loud. Where every step forward feels like a mistake you cannot undo. This is not superstition. This is not imagination. This is a documented reaction shared by archaeologists, researchers, and explorers across continents and generations. The moment ancient tombs are opened, something changes, not just inside the chamber, but inside the people who enter. For centuries, humanity has buried its dead with care, ceremony, and intention. But some tombs go far beyond remembrance. They are fortified. Hidden. Protected by traps, warnings, and rituals that suggest fear, not of grave robbers, but of what might happen if the seal is broken. These are not resting places. They are containment zones. What if some ancient civilizations believed the dead could return? What if tombs were designed not to honor the deceased, but to restrain them? And what if, in our hunger for knowledge, we've already crossed lines we were never meant to approach? Archaeology often presents itself as a calm, methodical science. Brushes, notebooks, careful measurements. But behind closed doors, many archaeologists will tell you a different story. One filled with unease, unexplainable events, and discoveries that never make it into textbooks or museum exhibits. Discoveries that disturb not because they are mysterious, but because they feel intentional. There are tombs where bodies are found bound, pinned, or weighed down by stones. Tombs where the dead were buried face down, mouths forced open, jaws shattered. Tombs sealed from the inside, leaving no logical explanation for how the final person entered. And tombs where the expressions on preserved faces are frozen in what can only be described as terror. In one excavation, researchers found scratch marks etched into the stone lid from the inside. In another, skeletal remains were discovered contorted in ways that suggest violent movement long after burial. These are not isolated cases. They appear again and again, separated by oceans and millennia, following patterns that are deeply uncomfortable to explain. Official explanations exist, of course. Accidental burial. Ritual symbolism. Decomposition effects. But these answers often feel thin when held up against the sheer consistency of the evidence. Especially when the same cultures that engineered these tombs also carved warnings directly into the stone, messages that translate, chillingly, to phrases like, "Do not disturb, leave this place," or "Death will follow." And sometimes, death did follow. History is filled with accounts of archaeologists who fell violently ill after opening sealed chambers. Teams plagued by sudden disease, hallucinations, paranoia, and accidents. Entire expeditions cut short not by lack of funding, but by fear. Fear not of curses in the mythical sense, but of something far more unsettling, the realization that ancient people may have understood dangers we still cannot explain. Modern science often rushes to dismiss these reactions as psychological stress or environmental exposure. Toxic molds. Ancient bacteria. Lack of oxygen. And while those explanations can account for some cases, they do not explain all of them. Nor do they explain why similar symptoms appear in tombs located in entirely different climates, built by unrelated civilizations, using different materials and methods. What connects them is not geography. It is intent. The deeper archaeologists dig, the more they are forced to confront an uncomfortable possibility, that some tombs were never meant to be opened, not because of superstition, but because they were part of a system. A system designed to seal away something dangerous, powerful, or profoundly misunderstood. Consider this: ancient societies invested extraordinary resources into burial sites. Massive stone blocks transported across vast distances. Complex internal architecture invisible from the outside. False chambers, dead ends, and deceptive layouts meant to confuse intruders. These were not displays of wealth alone. They were acts of precision. Planning. Fear. Why would a civilization devote so much effort to protecting the dead if death was truly the end? Across cultures, myths speak of restless spirits, revenants, gods who punished those who disturbed sacred ground. But myths often serve as metaphors for real experiences, events that were too frightening, too complex, or too disruptive to record as simple history. When ancient people spoke of the dead walking, of contamination, of forbidden knowledge buried beneath the earth, were they describing superstition, or protocol? Even today, certain tombs remain sealed by law. Governments quietly restrict access. Excavation permits are denied without explanation. Discoveries are classified, reburied, or simply erased from public records. Not because nothing was found, but because what was found raised questions no one was ready to answer. And then there are the tombs that were opened, and immediately closed again. In several documented cases, excavation teams halted their work abruptly after initial entry. Equipment left behind. Sites abandoned. Official reports citing structural instability or funding issues. But eyewitness accounts tell another story. Of sudden dread. Of sounds heard where none should exist. Of a collective, unspoken agreement that continuing would be a mistake. Archaeology is not supposed to feel like this. Knowledge is meant to bring clarity, not fear. Yet again and again, ancient tombs produce the opposite effect. They unsettle. They disturb. They linger in the minds of those who encounter them long after the excavation ends. Perhaps the most terrifying realization is this: the builders of these tombs expected someone like us to eventually arrive. They anticipated intrusion. They planned for it. And instead of welcoming future generations, many of them left warnings, traps, and barriers, as if they were speaking directly to the future, pleading for us to turn back. What did they know that we don't? As we peel back layers of stone and soil, we like to believe we are uncovering the past. But in these tombs, it feels less like discovery, and more like confrontation. A confrontation with beliefs, practices, and fears that refuse to stay buried. A confrontation with the idea that ancient people may have understood aspects of life, death, and danger that modern science has yet to fully grasp. This is not a story about curses or legends designed to scare. This is a story about patterns. About repetition. About the unsettling consistency of tombs that feel less like memorials and more like warnings frozen in time. Because if these structures were only meant to honor the dead, they would not feel so hostile to the living. And as we move deeper into these discoveries, into the tombs that shocked archaeologists, terrified experts, and forced history to quietly rewrite itself, we must ask a question that grows harder to ignore with every sealed chamber broken open. What if the most terrifying thing about ancient tombs is not what we find inside them, but the possibility that they were built to protect us from what was buried there? And if that's true, then opening them may have been the greatest mistake of all. Human beings have always been fascinated by the boundary between life and death, but few places on Earth evoke this fascination more intensely than ancient tombs. Across continents and cultures, tombs have been far more than resting places for the deceased. They are repositories of memory, power, fear, and sometimes, secrets that modern science struggles to understand. The very idea of entering a tomb can elicit a visceral response, even in the most rational and trained archaeologists. This is because tombs occupy a unique psychological space. They are simultaneously sites of reverence and dread, of discovery and danger. Unlike ruins or temples, tombs are intimately connected to the human body, and with that intimacy comes an almost tangible energy, a lingering presence that transcends time. Walking into one is not merely an act of archaeology, it is stepping into the past with the unsettling awareness that the past is still very much alive in some form. Archaeologists and anthropologists have long noted that certain tombs provoke reactions that go far beyond the expected excitement of discovery. Teams report feelings of unease, sudden waves of fear, or inexplicable tension when approaching some burial sites. In some cases, these reactions are accompanied by physical symptoms, dizziness, nausea, or even fainting, that cannot be fully explained by environmental factors alone. Scientific explanations such as mold, air quality, or chemical exposure may account for some of these incidents, yet the frequency and consistency of these experiences suggest something more profound. The psychological impact of tombs is amplified by the fact that they are constructed with intentionality. Ancient cultures did not build tombs merely as storage spaces for the dead, they imbued them with meaning, symbolism, and, in many cases, warnings for future generations. Some tombs are deliberately concealed, camouflaged, or fortified in ways that suggest fear not just of human intrusion but of what might escape if disturbed. These precautions imply a deep understanding of forces, spiritual, physical, or otherwise, that modern science cannot fully quantify. Throughout history, tombs have served as both symbols of cultural achievement and as warnings. The great tombs of Egypt, for instance, were built not only to honor the pharaohs but also to protect their journey into the afterlife. The intricate designs, hidden chambers, and false passages were practical, yes, but they were also metaphysical in purpose. Inscriptions warning grave robbers of dire consequences were more than superstition, they were reflections of a worldview in which death was neither final nor passive. Similar practices can be found in other parts of the world, in the tombs of the Etruscans, in the burial mounds of the Maya, and in the subterranean catacombs of Europe. The boundary between respect for the dead and fear of the dead is blurred. In each case, the builders seemed acutely aware that their actions in death could resonate across millennia, affecting not only the departed but those who might disturb their peace. Modern archaeologists are trained to approach tombs with care, using meticulous methods designed to preserve fragile structures and human remains. Yet despite their scientific preparation, many admit to moments of fear or hesitation when confronting certain sites. Some report an unexplainable heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched, or the sudden, jarring realization that these tombs were constructed with a purpose beyond anything they had studied. In interviews, seasoned professionals have described how initial excitement can give way to a pervasive unease as they descend into subterranean chambers or remove ancient seals. The more they learn about the tomb's history, the stronger this feeling becomes, as if the very knowledge they uncover is part of the tomb's warning mechanism. This recurring psychological effect, observed across cultures and excavation sites, highlights an essential truth: ancient tombs were not neutral spaces. They are environments carefully calibrated to elicit a response from the living, whether as a deterrent, a test, or a protective measure. The design and construction of these tombs often reveal a sophisticated understanding of architecture and psychology. Massive stones, intricate lock systems, hidden compartments, and carefully arranged pathways all serve practical purposes but also communicate a subtle message: intrusion comes at a cost. False passages and secret rooms are particularly notable. In some tombs, explorers have discovered that the layout itself seems almost alive, guiding, confusing, or even warning intruders. Archaeologists attempting to map these structures often find themselves disoriented, forced to pause, reorient, and consider the possibility that these ancient builders anticipated human curiosity, and prepared for it. The very act of entering the tomb becomes a psychological trial, testing courage, patience, and respect. In this sense, tombs function as more than burial sites. They are instruments designed to interact with the living, shaping behavior and influencing decisions across time. But the psychological influence of tombs is not limited to fear alone. Some tombs evoke awe, wonder, and even a profound sense of connection to the past. The sight of delicate artifacts, ceremonial objects, or intricately preserved remains can inspire deep reflection on the lives, beliefs, and practices of ancient peoples. In this duality, fear and fascination, lies the enduring allure of tomb exploration. Human curiosity compels us to enter these spaces, even as a part of us instinctively recoils. It is precisely this tension that drives some of the most remarkable and unsettling discoveries in archaeology. The more elaborate, isolated, or protected the tomb, the stronger the response from those who encounter it. Across the world, examples abound. In South America, the cliffside tombs of the Chachapoya were constructed with precision and contained remains positioned with ritualistic intent, often in locations that seemed physically impossible to access. In Europe, some megalithic tombs conceal multiple layers of burial with complex internal chambers and carvings that remain enigmatic to this day. Even in regions considered archaeologically well-mapped, new tombs continue to challenge assumptions about human history, ritual practice, and engineering capability. In each case, the tomb is more than a final resting place, it is a message frozen in time, intended to provoke response, reflection, and sometimes fear. The emotional weight of tombs extends beyond the immediate experience of archaeologists to the broader cultural imagination. Tales of curses, misfortune, and inexplicable phenomena surrounding tomb openings have persisted for centuries, influencing literature, folklore, and public perception. While some of these stories are sensationalized, they often originate from real events, deaths, illnesses, or accidents that occurred shortly after tombs were disturbed. Even today, scientific explanations struggle to account for the patterns. What stands out is the consistent intersection of human psychology, ancient design, and unexplainable occurrences. There is a reason the opening of certain tombs has historically been treated with reverence, hesitation, and, in some cases, outright avoidance. It is precisely because of this delicate balance between fascination and fear that tombs continue to captivate archaeologists and the public alike. They are simultaneously puzzles, warnings, and windows into civilizations long gone. The modern approach to excavation, combining technology, careful documentation, and forensic science, has revealed remarkable insights about ancient cultures, from dietary habits and genetic lineages to religious practices and social hierarchy. Yet even with all the tools and knowledge available today, certain tombs resist full understanding. Their psychological, cultural, and architectural complexity suggests that they were designed to interact with human perception, to challenge intruders, and to preserve secrets across centuries. In the end, the study of tombs is not merely an academic exercise. It is a confrontation with mortality, culture, and the boundaries of human understanding. Archaeologists who enter these spaces do so aware that they are walking into environments charged with history, intention, and sometimes inexplicable forces. Each tomb tells multiple stories simultaneously, of the individuals interred within, of the society that built it, and of the enduring mystery that surrounds human death and remembrance. As we continue to explore these ancient burial sites, we are reminded that the past is never truly dead. It lingers, waits, and, in the case of certain tombs, insists on being acknowledged on its own terms. By studying tombs with both scientific rigor and psychological awareness, archaeologists can gain profound insights into ancient civilizations, while also respecting the powerful emotional currents that these spaces generate. Tombs are not merely containers of the dead, they are instruments of memory, fear, and sometimes warning. To understand them fully requires more than technology, it requires empathy, courage, and an acceptance that some mysteries may be deliberately preserved, beyond the reach of explanation. And it is within this tension, between curiosity and caution, discovery and dread, that the true power of ancient tombs is revealed. The discovery of certain tombs has the power to rewrite history, not subtly, but with a force that shakes the very foundations of archaeology. One of the earliest examples that sent shockwaves through the scholarly world came from a site that, at first glance, appeared ordinary. It was a modest mound, unremarkable to the untrained eye, in a region long known for its ancient settlements. Yet beneath its surface lay a secret so profound that when uncovered, even the most experienced archaeologists were left questioning everything they thought they knew about burial practices, social hierarchy, and the capabilities of early civilizations. The tomb challenged expectations not because of the wealth of its contents, though those were extraordinary, but because of the deliberate complexity, the peculiar arrangements, and the unsettling aura that seemed to emanate from every chamber. It became immediately clear that this was not a typical resting place, it was a statement. A message from the past, encoded in stone, metal, and bone, demanding attention. As the excavation began, the team approached with the usual caution, employing standard archaeological techniques to ensure preservation of both the structure and its contents. Brushes swept away centuries of accumulated dirt, revealing finely carved walls, intricate murals, and delicate artifacts that had survived the passage of millennia. But it was not the craftsmanship alone that was remarkable, it was the organization, the symbolism, and, above all, the evidence of intentionality. The arrangement of the bodies suggested ritual patterns that modern scholars had never seen before. Some skeletons were positioned in ways that seemed almost theatrical, as if frozen mid-motion, while others were bound with materials that defied conventional explanation, suggesting knowledge of preservation or mortuary practice that was far ahead of its time. These findings alone would have been enough to capture global attention, yet the most unsettling discoveries were only just beginning to surface. The first shock came in the form of inscriptions etched into the inner walls of the tomb. They were not merely decorative, they were messages. Some appeared to be warnings, carved with precision and imbued with a tone that suggested urgency and fear. The language was ancient and, in many cases, undecipherable, but symbols resembling those found in distant civilizations hinted at a network of knowledge or belief that spanned continents. Scholars who attempted translation were struck by the consistency of certain phrases, recurring patterns that seemed to reference not only death and the afterlife but also the dangers of disturbing what had been sealed within. These inscriptions were not passive, they demanded respect and obedience, and the very act of reading them seemed to provoke a sense of unease in those who attempted it. Then came the artifacts. Unlike typical burial goods, which often reflected wealth, status, or daily life, these objects were enigmatic, sometimes grotesque, and always deliberate. Statues depicting figures with exaggerated features, ceremonial tools that appeared functional yet had no identifiable use in the modern sense, and containers filled with substances that baffled chemical analysis were all present. One object, in particular, drew widespread attention, a series of small, intricately carved figurines positioned near the entrance, each depicting a scene of struggle or restraint. Scholars debated whether these were symbolic warnings, ritual offerings, or a record of historical events. Whatever the purpose, the presence of these items alongside human remains suggested that the tomb was more than a grave, it was a stage, a narrative frozen in time, meticulously crafted by individuals who possessed both skill and intent. The physical construction of the tomb itself contributed to its mystique. Unlike standard burial sites, which often feature simple chambers or stacked layers, this tomb contained multiple interconnected rooms, hidden niches, and false passages designed to confuse and deter. Some walls were reinforced with stones that interlocked so precisely that modern engineers struggled to replicate the design. Other sections appeared deliberately precarious, as if to test the resolve of anyone who entered. Archaeologists later noted that certain corridors aligned with celestial events, hinting at astronomical knowledge or ritual significance. The more the team explored, the more they realized that this was not just a resting place, it was an elaborate system of preservation, protection, and communication. It had been conceived with foresight, built to endure, and designed to challenge those who dared to intrude. Perhaps the most disturbing revelation came with the discovery of the bodies themselves. Several skeletons exhibited signs of deliberate post-mortem manipulation. Some had been arranged in positions that implied restraint, with evidence suggesting that ligatures or other tools had been used to hold them in place. Others bore marks of exposure to substances that modern science could not identify, possibly intended to preserve, transform, or even control the body after death. One section of the tomb contained a small chamber where the remains were piled in a manner that defied conventional burial logic, almost as if the dead were meant to interact with each other even after interment. These findings forced archaeologists to reconsider not only the culture's mortuary practices but also their understanding of life, death, and the afterlife. The implications extended beyond biology and anthropology. The tomb suggested a level of societal organization and ritual sophistication that challenged prevailing assumptions about the culture responsible for its construction. Coordinating such an elaborate project would have required not only advanced architectural knowledge but also a highly organized labor force, precise planning, and perhaps even esoteric knowledge of ritual or metaphysics. The existence of such a tomb indicated that this civilization had both the means and the motivation to invest extraordinary resources into death, a stark contrast to the utilitarian approaches seen in contemporary societies. Scholars began to speculate whether this tomb was an anomaly, an exceptional sight, or a hint at a broader, forgotten tradition that had been lost to time. Even the team's day-to-day experience in the tomb added to the sense of the uncanny. Many reported feelings of being watched, of sudden chills in areas where no air currents should exist, and of an oppressive heaviness that seemed to settle on the chest. Tools malfunctioned inexplicably, lights flickered, and in some cases, team members experienced vivid dreams reflecting scenes from the tomb. While these occurrences can partially be attributed to psychological stress or environmental factors, their consistency and specificity could not be entirely explained. It was as if the tomb itself exerted an influence on those who entered, demanding attention, respect, and perhaps fear. News of the discovery spread quickly, capturing global attention. Media outlets sensationalized the more macabre aspects, reports of skeletal positions, strange inscriptions, and rumored curses proliferated, but serious academics recognized that this tomb represented something far more significant. It was a lens into a lost worldview, one in which death, ritual, and the manipulation of space were intertwined with a precision that modern science had difficulty comprehending. The combination of artistry, engineering, symbolism, and emotional impact created a narrative that transcended conventional archaeology. Every stone, every inscription, every body told a story not only about the dead but about the society that created the tomb and the intentions behind its construction. This tomb, among the first to dramatically shift the perspective of archaeologists, became a touchstone for future explorations. It demonstrated that the past could be far more complex, deliberate, and unsettling than textbooks suggested. The discoveries within forced scholars to confront uncomfortable questions. Were other tombs deliberately misleading in design? Were seemingly ordinary burial sites hiding extraordinary knowledge? And, most unsettling of all, were there aspects of death, ritual, or metaphysical belief that modern humans were fundamentally unequipped to understand? As excavation continued, it became evident that the tomb's impact would extend far beyond the immediate team. Its discovery prompted re-evaluations of regional histories, comparisons with distant cultures, and reconsideration of assumptions about the capabilities of early civilizations. Museums clamored for artifacts, universities revised curricula, and archaeologists worldwide began approaching previously catalogued sites with renewed curiosity and caution. It was a turning point, not merely because of what had been found, but because it illuminated the vast, often terrifying, complexity of human history, a complexity that challenged the notion that the past could ever be fully known or controlled. The lesson of this tomb is clear: the past is not passive. It is deliberate, layered, and, at times, intentionally obscured. Some tombs are created to tell stories, some to honor the dead, and some, perhaps the most terrifying, exist to test, warn, or even control those who would dare to disturb them. This early discovery forced archaeologists to acknowledge that they were not simply uncovering history, they were engaging in an interaction across millennia, encountering intentions, fears, and knowledge encoded by people who lived thousands of years ago. In the end, this tomb did not merely change what scholars thought they knew about a single civilization. It changed the very approach to archaeology, instilling a cautious respect for the power of human intention across time, a recognition that some discoveries carry weight beyond the physical, and a lingering awareness that opening a tomb may do more than reveal history, it may confront the living with the profound, unsettling presence of the past itself. The shock experienced by the first team of archaeologists serves as a reminder that in the world of ancient tombs, the boundary between discovery and danger is thin, and the consequences of crossing it can resonate far beyond the walls of stone that contain the dead. Across centuries and continents, stories of curses associated with ancient tombs have captured the imagination of the public, blending the line between history, superstition, and unexplained phenomena. While many dismiss these tales as folklore, there is a remarkable consistency in the accounts of misfortune, illness, or sudden death surrounding tombs that have been disturbed. These are not isolated incidents but patterns that have emerged repeatedly, documented by both early and modern archaeologists. The so-called curses range from subtle psychological unease to catastrophic events affecting entire excavation teams, and even in cases where rational explanations seem plausible, a lingering sense of dread often persists. This interplay between coincidence, fear, and real-world consequences has created a shadowy domain where science and speculation collide, leaving even seasoned researchers questioning the boundaries of rational explanation. Some of the earliest well-documented incidents occurred during the excavation of monumental tombs in Egypt. Archaeologists entering the tombs of pharaohs reported an array of physical and psychological symptoms that, at the time, were poorly understood. Some fell seriously ill within days, suffering fevers, respiratory problems, and inexplicable fatigue. Others experienced acute anxiety, hallucinations, or a paralyzing sense of being watched. The most famous cases, involving the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb, are steeped in both myth and documented fact, with several members of the excavation team dying unexpectedly in the years following the discovery. While many researchers attribute these deaths to coincidence or environmental factors, such as exposure to mold or bacteria, the frequency and clustering of these events created a global fascination. Newspapers sensationalized the idea of a pharaoh's curse, cementing the notion that some tombs carried more than history, they carried consequences. Yet similar accounts are found far beyond Egypt. In Asia, burial sites from dynastic China have been linked to inexplicable accidents and sudden illnesses among those who disturbed the tombs of emperors or nobles. Excavators often reported intense headaches, feelings of suffocation, and, in extreme cases, fainting or severe psychological distress. In South America, tombs of pre-Columbian civilizations like the Moche and Chachapoya produced accounts of nausea, dizziness, and paranoia among explorers who ventured too far into crypts or vaulted chambers. These recurring patterns across widely separated cultures suggest that the phenomenon is not merely cultural myth-making but may reflect an intersection of human psychology, environmental factors, and the deliberate design of tombs to create unease. Many archaeologists today approach these stories with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. On one hand, science provides clear explanations for some of the observed effects: spores, mold, toxic gases such as carbon dioxide or methane, or the psychological impact of isolation in enclosed spaces. Ancient tombs are often airtight and contain decomposing organic matter that can release harmful pathogens. Modern equipment has detected dangerous concentrations of radon gas in sealed burial chambers, which could cause dizziness, nausea, or long-term illness. Exposure to these conditions could certainly account for the physical symptoms reported by early explorers, but it does not fully explain the persistent sense of dread or the psychological impact that seems to transcend simple physiology. Beyond physical dangers, there is the deliberate architectural and ritual design of tombs themselves. Ancient builders often employed complex layouts, false corridors, and concealed chambers to both protect the dead and influence those who entered. Narrow passageways, sudden drops, hidden niches, and intricate symbolic carvings were not only practical for deterring looters but also psychologically manipulative. Walking through these tombs can induce disorientation, fear, and heightened anxiety, effects that are amplified in unprepared explorers. Even modern researchers, armed with knowledge and protective gear, report feelings of oppression, claustrophobia, and an inexplicable tension that lingers long after leaving the site. The tomb, in essence, was designed to exert influence over the living, a subtle warning that the dead's domain was not to be invaded lightly. In some cases, the interplay between superstition and real-world consequences becomes even more unsettling. Written warnings inscribed on tomb walls, verbal admonitions passed down through generations, and ritualized taboos all served to deter intrusion. These prohibitions were not arbitrary, they were part of a cultural system that recognized the power of fear as a protective tool. For example, hieroglyphics in Egyptian tombs often invoked divine wrath or catastrophic consequences for desecrators. Similarly, inscriptions in Mesoamerican tombs frequently referenced supernatural retribution or curses for those who disturbed sacred spaces. Whether these warnings were intended literally or metaphorically, their psychological effect on those who encountered them cannot be underestimated. Knowledge of a curse can heighten stress, impair judgment, and make minor accidents seem ominous, further entrenching the reputation of certain tombs as places of danger. Yet even when environmental hazards and psychological stress are accounted for, some events remain difficult to rationalize. Reports of entire excavation teams suffering misfortune, accidents, or illnesses within narrow time frames suggest more than chance alone. In some instances, archaeologists observed strange phenomena, sudden cold drafts in sealed chambers, unexplained noises, or movements in shadows that could not be logically explained. While skeptics attribute these to environmental anomalies, trick-of-light effects, or psychological suggestion, their consistency across sites separated by thousands of miles is striking. The fact that similar occurrences emerge in cultures that had no contact with one another raises profound questions about the nature of tombs and the intentions behind their design. The debate over tomb curses also touches on broader human concerns about mortality, respect, and taboo. Entering a tomb is not just a scientific act, it is an intrusion into a space imbued with sacred significance. Ancient societies understood that the dead occupied a powerful domain, one that could influence the living if disturbed. The idea of retribution, whether spiritual or symbolic, may have served as a social mechanism to maintain order, protect resources, and enforce respect for ritual practice. From this perspective, what modern observers label as curses could be interpreted as a sophisticated understanding of human psychology. Tombs were designed to evoke fear, awe, and caution, ensuring that only those with sufficient reverence, skill, or authority would venture inside. For archaeologists, reconciling these factors, environmental risk, psychological impact, and cultural intentionality, requires careful study and a measured approach. Modern protocols for tomb excavation prioritize safety, preservation, and documentation, yet even the most prepared teams cannot entirely eliminate the emotional and psychological weight of working in these ancient spaces. The legacy of tomb curses, whether rooted in coincidence, superstition, or deliberate design, continues to shape the field of archaeology, influencing which sites are approached, how excavations are conducted, and how discoveries are interpreted. Ultimately, the fascination with tomb curses endures because it speaks to a fundamental human tension, the desire to uncover the past versus the fear of disturbing forces beyond our understanding. The stories of misfortune associated with tombs remind us that ancient societies were sophisticated in their manipulation of space, belief, and emotion. They teach that death, ritual, and memory were not separate but intertwined, and that the consequences of disturbing these carefully constructed spaces were considered serious enough to demand both tangible and psychological safeguards. In exploring these cursed tombs, archaeologists confront not only the remains of long-dead civilizations but also the lingering influence of human intention across millennia. The curses, whether real or symbolic, serve as a testament to the power of design, belief, and forethought in shaping human behavior. They illustrate the extraordinary lengths to which ancient people went to control the relationship between the living and the dead. And they force modern scholars to ask uncomfortable questions. How much do we truly understand about the intentions of our ancestors? How much should we interfere with what they have painstakingly preserved? And above all, what might be unleashed when we disregard the warnings embedded in stone, symbols, and ritual? The study of tomb curses is not merely an exploration of superstition, it is an inquiry into the profound psychological, cultural, and environmental dimensions of ancient death practices. It bridges the gap between the rational and the mysterious, revealing that some tombs are more than repositories of history, they are instruments designed to evoke response, command respect, and, in some cases, protect humanity itself from knowledge or forces that may have been understood far better by those who built them than by those who seek to uncover them today. Some tombs are discovered not through meticulous planning or scholarly research but by accident, often by people who had no idea of the historical treasures lying beneath their feet. A farmer digging a new irrigation channel, a construction crew laying foundations for a modern building, or even children exploring a forgotten hill can suddenly find themselves standing at the threshold of a place untouched for millennia. These accidental discoveries often yield the most astonishing and, at times, terrifying revelations precisely because they occur without preparation. Unlike controlled excavations, there are no environmental controls, no protective measures, and often no context to guide the discoverers. The first moments of such encounters are raw, unmediated, and emotionally charged. Imagine a simple act of digging turning into a confrontation with a civilization long dead, a civilization that clearly intended some of its secrets to remain buried forever. The unpredictability of accidental tomb discoveries adds a layer of urgency and danger that planned archaeology cannot replicate. When untrained individuals stumble upon a burial site, they often lack the knowledge to recognize the subtle signs of structural instability, toxic substances, or ritual significance. Many tombs were designed with traps or hidden features meant to deter intruders, and those who stumble upon them inadvertently trigger these mechanisms. Even in cases where there are no physical traps, the psychological impact of entering a sealed, ancient space is profound. The atmosphere of a tomb, the darkness, the silence, the weight of centuries pressing in, can overwhelm anyone unprepared. Reports abound of accidental discoverers experiencing dizziness, nausea, or an overwhelming sense of dread, long before any physical excavation begins. One of the most notable aspects of these accidental finds is the immediacy of their impact. Unlike controlled digs, where archaeologists can anticipate and document each step, accidental discoveries often provoke rapid, unplanned reactions. In some cases, artifacts are disturbed or destroyed unintentionally, creating gaps in the historical record. Yet paradoxically, these unplanned encounters can reveal details that might never have been uncovered through conventional methods. When tombs are discovered unexpectedly, researchers are sometimes granted glimpses into burial practices or artifacts that were hidden even from prior surveys and excavations. These discoveries can include intricate carvings, objects of unknown material, and human remains arranged in ways that defy conventional understanding. The shock of the moment, coupled with the extraordinary nature of the find, often leaves both discoverers and experts struggling to comprehend what they have uncovered. The stories of accidental tomb discoveries often carry an air of mystery and suspense, partly because they are unscripted events. Consider a farmer clearing a field, suddenly striking a stone slab that had been buried beneath soil for thousands of years. As the stones are lifted, an entire chamber is revealed, its walls lined with inscriptions, its floors littered with relics, and the air thick with the scent of ancient decay. The farmer, untrained in archaeology, might be the first modern human to gaze upon these remains. The initial awe is often accompanied by fear of legal repercussions, fear of desecration, and sometimes a visceral, instinctual fear that something within the tomb is not meant to be disturbed. Such discoveries are immediate confrontations with the unknown, demanding quick decisions that can affect both the preservation of the site and the safety of those present. In many cases, the significance of accidental discoveries is not immediately recognized. Local workers or villagers might uncover a sealed chamber, but without knowledge of its historical or cultural importance, it may be ignored, looted, or partially destroyed. However, once scholars are alerted, these accidental finds often reshape our understanding of ancient civilizations. For example, tombs discovered in remote regions have revealed complex societies previously thought to be primitive or isolated. These sites often contain evidence of trade, advanced engineering, ritual practices, and artistry that contradict earlier assumptions. In some cases, tombs that were first dismissed as minor burial sites later proved to be central to understanding the political, religious, or social structure of a civilization. Accidental discovery, then, is not merely serendipity, it is a catalyst for rewriting history. The danger and intrigue surrounding accidental tomb discoveries are further heightened by the unpredictability of their contents. Unlike planned excavations, where expectations are guided by historical records or prior surveys, accidental finds often contain elements that confound experts. Tombs may house bodies preserved in ways that defy contemporary understanding, artifacts made of materials thought to be unavailable to the civilization in question, or inscriptions and symbols that bear no clear resemblance to known languages or iconography. Such discoveries challenge the very frameworks through which archaeologists interpret the past. They also raise uncomfortable questions about lost knowledge and forgotten technologies, suggesting that civilizations may have possessed abilities, beliefs, or practices far beyond what modern history has documented. Accidental tomb discoveries also intersect with the human fascination with taboo and the forbidden. There is an almost irresistible allure to spaces that were meant to remain hidden, sealed against human intrusion. Tombs discovered by chance often provoke media attention and public fascination precisely because they bypass the careful protocols and controlled conditions of academic research. They tap into a collective curiosity and fear, the notion that we might stumble upon secrets that were deliberately concealed, secrets that may be dangerous, sacred, or both. This allure is not merely cultural, it is psychological. Human beings are drawn to the unknown, to places where control is absent, and where the possibility of encountering something extraordinary, or terrifying, is high. Environmental factors often compound the challenges of accidental discoveries. Many tombs are buried in unstable terrain, beneath hills, in floodplains, or within mountainous regions, making immediate excavation hazardous. Weather conditions, erosion, and natural decay can accelerate the deterioration of exposed structures. Discoverers, unprepared for such risks, may inadvertently damage the site or place themselves in harm's way. In some cases, toxic gases, mold, or confined spaces pose life-threatening dangers. These practical challenges, coupled with the psychological intensity of encountering the dead, make accidental discoveries some of the most dramatic and perilous events in archaeology. Despite these risks, accidental discoveries have yielded some of the most extraordinary revelations in history. They have uncovered tombs that were previously unknown, revealed burial practices that were more complex than historians had imagined, and introduced artifacts that rewrite chronological timelines. In several instances, discoveries that began as accidental have led to decades-long studies, international collaboration, and a re-evaluation of entire regions' historical significance. They often reveal layers of culture, technology, and belief that cannot be anticipated through research alone. The sheer unpredictability of these finds ensures that the past remains dynamic, alive, and, at times, unsettlingly present. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of accidental tomb discoveries is their reminder of human vulnerability in the face of time and history. Standing at the threshold of a tomb accidentally uncovered, one confronts not only the physical remnants of a long-dead civilization but also the weight of intent encoded in stone, ritual, and burial practice. These tombs are not passive, they demand engagement, reflection, and respect. Their accidental discovery underscores the precarious balance between curiosity and caution, knowledge and danger, past and present. It is a vivid illustration of the principle that some doors were never meant to be opened lightly, and yet, through chance, the modern world is compelled to confront the mysteries contained within. In the end, accidental tomb discoveries occupy a unique place in archaeology. They are moments of pure serendipity that can transform our understanding of history, challenge long-held assumptions, and illuminate the intentions and capabilities of civilizations long gone. They are also moments of intense psychological and physical confrontation, where the living must navigate fear, awe, and responsibility simultaneously. Through these unplanned encounters, the past asserts its presence with startling immediacy, reminding us that history is not only recorded in texts and artifacts but encoded in spaces designed to evoke response, reflection, and sometimes dread. These discoveries teach a profound lesson, that the act of uncovering the past is never neutral, and that the tombs we stumble upon accidentally may hold truths that demand as much caution as curiosity, as much respect as revelation. Some tombs contain bodies that seem to defy our understanding of time, preservation, and human intervention. Unlike ordinary burials, where decay follows a predictable trajectory and skeletal remains are fragile and indistinct, certain ancient tombs house bodies that appear almost untouched by the passage of centuries. Mummies with skin and hair intact, bones that retain structural integrity far beyond expected limits, and even soft tissues preserved in ways that modern science struggles to replicate have been discovered in multiple regions around the world. These remains are not simply curiosities, they challenge the assumptions of archaeologists, anthropologists, and forensic scientists alike. They force a reconsideration of what ancient peoples knew about the human body, preservation techniques, and, perhaps most unsettlingly, the nature of death itself. In Egypt, the discovery of mummies that maintained remarkably lifelike features long after burial has fascinated and confounded scientists for centuries. While traditional explanations cite climate, arid conditions, and embalming practices, certain examples go far beyond what these natural or artificial methods can explain. Some mummies exhibit preserved skin elasticity, undamaged facial structures, and even remnants of internal organs in states that should have decayed long ago. The meticulous application of oils, resins, and linen wrappings was undoubtedly advanced, yet in some cases, chemical analysis reveals compounds and techniques that do not correspond with known ancient Egyptian methods. This has led researchers to consider whether now lost knowledge of preservation existed, or whether these tombs employed experimental or ritualistic methods that modern science cannot fully understand. Beyond Egypt, remarkable cases emerge in South America, particularly in the high-altitude regions of the Andes. Here, mummies from civilizations such as the Inca and Chachapoya were often interred in locations with extreme environmental conditions that naturally aided preservation. However, some of these bodies display evidence of intentional preservation techniques that go beyond simple environmental advantage. Wrapping patterns, the use of specific organic substances, and strategic positioning suggest a sophisticated understanding of anatomy and decay. The preservation is so effective in some cases that even soft tissues, hair, and fingernails remain intact after hundreds, and sometimes thousands, of years. These findings indicate that ancient cultures may have possessed practical, experimental, or even ritualistic methods of controlling decomposition, methods that modern researchers are only beginning to comprehend. In Asia, particularly in China, tombs from dynastic periods have revealed bodies preserved in ways that are equally mystifying. Certain aristocratic burials exhibit embalming techniques that include the use of chemical mixtures unknown in contemporary historical records. Internal organs, often removed and treated separately, show a level of sophistication suggesting a deep understanding of chemistry and anatomy. Some remains appear almost plastic-like in texture, retaining an uncanny lifelikeness that challenges assumptions about the limits of preservation in humid or temperate climates. Scholars are left to ponder whether these techniques were practical, symbolic, or part of a complex ritual intended to bridge the living and the dead. The human reaction to encountering these preserved bodies is profound and often unsettling. Unlike skeletal remains, which are intellectually interesting but emotionally distant, bodies that retain lifelike qualities evoke empathy, fear, and awe. Archaeologists describe moments of hesitation before unwrapping mummies or handling remains, as if the preserved individuals are watching, aware of intrusion across the centuries. The sense of immediacy is heightened when facial features, hair, or even postures remain intact. There is a psychological weight to handling such bodies, a subtle but undeniable reminder that these were once living people whose lives, identities, and deaths were deliberately memorialized. The tombs themselves seem to convey a message: the dead remain present, their preservation demanding respect and careful observation. Some bodies present even more extraordinary anomalies. In certain tombs, skeletal structures suggest conditions or medical interventions that modern science cannot explain. Bones fused in unusual patterns, signs of surgical manipulation, or chemical traces inconsistent with known ancient materials point to techniques that appear to exceed the capabilities of the society in question. In extreme cases, researchers have discovered bodies that seem deliberately altered post-mortem, possibly for ritualistic or protective purposes. These findings challenge conventional assumptions about the limits of ancient knowledge, forcing questions about lost techniques, hidden wisdom, and the possibility that some tombs were constructed with knowledge meant to outlast ordinary human memory. The arrangements of these preserved bodies often add layers of mystery and significance. Some are posed in positions that suggest ritual, meditation, or even symbolic struggle. Others are carefully placed alongside objects, tools, or ceremonial artifacts that may have been intended to assist in the afterlife or to communicate specific messages. In certain instances, bodies are positioned with a deliberate alignment to celestial or geographical markers, implying an intricate cosmological or spiritual understanding. The combination of advanced preservation, deliberate placement, and symbolic accompaniment creates a complex tableau, one that speaks not only to practical knowledge but also to the cultural and religious priorities of the society responsible. Preservation techniques in these tombs often intersect with symbolic meaning. For many ancient cultures, keeping the body intact was not merely a technical challenge but a spiritual imperative. The dead were believed to retain influence over the living, and the integrity of the body was essential for the journey into the afterlife. Some tombs display evidence of substances applied not only for preservation but for symbolic effect, resins that represent protection, oils that signify purification, or dyes that align with spiritual beliefs. In these cases, scientific and ritual objectives are intertwined, making the preserved bodies simultaneously practical marvels and spiritual artifacts. The depth of this integration emphasizes that the study of these tombs requires not only technical expertise but also sensitivity to cultural and religious frameworks. Modern science continues to probe these preserved remains with advanced technologies. Techniques such as CT scanning, chemical analysis, DNA sequencing, and radiocarbon dating allow researchers to uncover details about health, diet, and lineage while revealing mysteries of preservation. Yet even with these tools, certain anomalies remain unresolved. How did some tissues resist decay for millennia in humid environments? What compounds were used that leave no known chemical signature today? Why do some bodies exhibit extraordinary resilience compared to others in similar conditions? Each answer seems to produce more questions, deepening the sense that these tombs were deliberately designed to both preserve and challenge, to educate the living in ways that extend beyond conventional understanding. The emotional resonance of these preserved bodies cannot be overstated. Encountering a tomb where soft tissue remains intact, hair remains untouched, and facial features are recognizably human evokes a profound connection across time. Archaeologists describe an almost reverential silence when first approaching such tombs, a sense that the dead are observers of the intrusion, watching and perhaps judging. This psychological dimension underscores the enduring power of tombs, not simply as repositories of the dead but as spaces that mediate between the living and the dead, between the practical and the spiritual, between knowledge and mystery. Ultimately, the bodies found in these tombs challenge the boundaries of what is known about ancient civilizations. They hint at lost technologies, unknown chemical practices, and sophisticated ritualized understanding of death that modern science struggles to comprehend. They remind us that history is not static, it contains mysteries deliberately preserved, encoded, and sometimes hidden to provoke awe, respect, and even fear. In these preserved bodies, the dead continue to communicate, silently yet powerfully, across millennia, demanding that we confront the extraordinary capabilities and intentions of civilizations long vanished, while forcing us to acknowledge the limitations of our own understanding. The study of these bodies reveals more than mortuary practices, it illuminates the human desire for continuity, for control over mortality, and for enduring presence. Each tomb, each preserved corpse, and each anomaly speaks to the meticulous care and knowledge invested in death, demonstrating that for many ancient peoples, the boundary between life and death was not absolute, but something to be managed, respected, and, in some cases, perfected. The preserved bodies stand as both marvels of ingenuity and harbingers of mystery, challenging archaeologists to see beyond the tangible and into the philosophical, spiritual, and scientific dimensions of human history. The discovery of artifacts in ancient tombs often holds the power to unravel entire narratives about the past. But not all artifacts are simply objects, some seem to transcend the expected categories of daily life or ceremonial use, displaying qualities that defy explanation. The tomb of the Lord of Sippin, for example, unearthed in 1987, presented a stunning array of treasures that spoke to a sophisticated and wealthy society. Yet among these treasures were items that stood out not for their value or craftsmanship, but for their strangeness. Objects crafted from materials that seemed out of place for the era, enigmatic symbols that no scholar could easily decipher, and weapons with designs that suggested purposes far beyond their immediate function, all pointed to a society far more complex than originally thought. But what makes these findings even more intriguing is that in many cases, the very origins of the objects remain a mystery, adding layers of intrigue to the stories told by the bodies and artifacts they were buried with. Artifacts like these often raise more questions than they answer. Unlike typical burial items, which may be understood as objects meant to accompany the deceased into the afterlife, some artifacts seem to serve more cryptic purposes. For instance, the Lord of Sipon's tomb contained a collection of small, seemingly ceremonial weapons. These weapons were crafted with extraordinary care, featuring intricate designs and materials that were not commonly found in the region. What was the function of these objects? Were they simply ceremonial, or did they serve a ritualistic purpose beyond mere combat? The fact that they were buried with someone of great power hints at a deeper, more esoteric significance, suggesting that they held meaning beyond the obvious. In cases such as this, archaeologists are left to wonder whether the objects found within the tomb represent mere artifacts of daily life or something more profound. Many ancient civilizations placed great importance on symbolic representations, and the presence of objects that cannot easily be categorized can offer clues about a society's spiritual or ideological world. One of the most notable examples of such artifacts was discovered in the tomb of a powerful Mayan ruler. A set of exquisitely crafted jade figurines, placed in specific positions around the body, did not match any known artistic tradition. The figures appeared to be hybrid forms, combining elements of human, animal, and celestial beings. Their unusual nature led researchers to reconsider the level of spiritual complexity embedded within the Mayan civilization, suggesting that they may have had a belief system that was far more intricate and symbolic than previously understood. The mystery of unusual artifacts often extends beyond their design and materials to their function. In some cases, objects appear to have been intentionally broken or altered before being placed in the tomb. Some archaeologists speculate that this alteration was part of a larger ritual, perhaps to unlock the object's power or to signify the transition of its owner from the living world to the afterlife. A prime example of this is the discovery of several broken vessels in the tombs of the Shang dynasty in China. The vessels, originally used in daily life or ritual, had been cracked deliberately, and some even bore signs of having been ritually defaced. This destruction could have been an act of symbolic severance, indicating that the objects were no longer meant to serve their original purpose. Instead, they were being transformed into objects of spiritual or metaphysical power, intended to accompany the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. Yet the mystery deepens further when certain objects defy known categorization altogether. Some ancient tombs have yielded objects that seem completely out of place. For example, during the excavation of the tomb of a high-ranking noble in Egypt, archaeologists uncovered a strange device made of metal that resembled a compass, yet it was far more intricate than any known compass of the time. This discovery immediately sparked questions. Was it simply a decorative object, or could it have had some functional purpose, like guiding the deceased's soul? Could the object, far too sophisticated for its time, be evidence of forgotten knowledge or advanced technology that had been lost to history? These kinds of findings make it impossible to simply look at the artifacts in isolation. They demand a rethinking of what these ancient cultures may have known, and how they understood the relationship between the material and the spiritual. One of the most mind-boggling discoveries of this nature came from a tomb in the Peruvian desert, where archaeologists uncovered a collection of small, perfectly formed gold spheres. Each sphere was about the size of a walnut and appeared to be made of solid gold. Their symmetry was so precise that modern engineers struggled to replicate the same shapes. The objects did not match any known design patterns, and their weight suggested that they could have been used for more than decorative purposes. Many archaeologists speculate that these spheres may have served as symbolic representations of celestial bodies, possibly used in a form of early astronomical calculation. But the sheer precision with which they were crafted raises unsettling questions. How could such a society, without the benefit of modern tools or knowledge, produce such perfectly formed objects? Artifacts like these seem to blur the lines between the practical and the mystical, the everyday and the extraordinary. When buried with the dead, these objects are often seen as more than just offerings or tools for the afterlife. They take on the air of magical or ritualistic items, which may have been believed to serve as a conduit to the divine or a symbol of power that transcends mere physical existence. In some tombs, artifacts are arranged in complex patterns that suggest an effort to communicate with the supernatural. These patterns often align with celestial events, such as solstices or eclipses, further suggesting a sophisticated understanding of the natural world that modern archaeology struggles to fully comprehend. However, as researchers dig deeper into these tombs, it becomes clear that the artifacts are not simply enigmatic in their design or placement but also in their purpose. Consider the elaborate gold jewelry found in the tombs of the Etruscans. These pieces of jewelry were not only crafted to demonstrate wealth and social status, they were imbued with spiritual meaning. The intricate motifs and symbols were often designed to evoke divine protection, and many pieces were inscribed with prayers or blessings meant to ensure the safe passage of the soul. The discovery of such artifacts in a tomb reveals a deeper layer of cultural beliefs, one that connects the material world with the spiritual, where every object had its own intrinsic power and purpose. Artifacts also serve to shed light on the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. In many cases, objects found in tombs suggest a level of engineering and craftsmanship far beyond what was believed to be possible at the time. Take, for example, the bronze mirrors found in tombs from the Warring States period in China. These mirrors, made with extraordinary precision, exhibited an almost glass-like surface quality, which would be difficult to reproduce even with modern technology. These objects force researchers to reconsider the technological prowess of the ancient civilizations that created them. Were these objects simply the product of skilled artisans, or did they embody a deeper, lost knowledge about materials and construction? In many ways, these artifacts represent a challenge to the idea that ancient civilizations were primitive or unsophisticated. They suggest that the people who created them possessed a level of understanding and technological ability that we may not fully appreciate or comprehend. The more extraordinary the artifact, the more it becomes clear that these societies were not just capable of great artistry, but of profound intellectual and technological achievement. They crafted objects that were not only beautiful but imbued with meaning, often at the intersection of the spiritual and the scientific. The discovery of such artifacts continues to be one of the most compelling aspects of archaeology, not just for the insight they provide into the daily lives of ancient people, but for the mysteries they present. Every object found in a tomb is a clue, a fragment of a larger puzzle that reveals more than just the lives of the dead. These artifacts speak to the culture, beliefs, and technologies of their creators, offering a glimpse into their understanding of the world, the cosmos, and the afterlife. But as long as some of these objects remain unexplained, they will continue to provoke the deepest questions. What did the creators of these artifacts know that has been lost to time? What knowledge, technologies, and beliefs did they possess that we are only now beginning to understand? As these tombs continue to be explored, the artifacts within them will no doubt continue to challenge our perceptions of ancient civilizations, pushing the boundaries of what we think is possible in terms of artistic expression, technological achievement, and spiritual belief. The mysteries that these objects present will likely remain with us for years to come, forever captivating the imagination of archaeologists and the public alike. The objects found in these ancient tombs tell a story of human ingenuity, mystery, and the search for meaning in a world that remains, to this day, largely unexplored. Some tombs are more than mere burial sites, they are complex, multidimensional spaces where art, symbolism, and architectural ingenuity converge in ways that challenge conventional understandings of ancient cultures. The tombs of ancient civilizations often reveal a level of sophistication and intentionality that surpasses simple practicality. They are more than resting places for the dead, they are sacred, ceremonial, and, in some cases, entirely mystifying. The architectural designs of these tombs speak volumes about how ancient societies viewed death, the afterlife, and the relationship between the physical and spiritual realms. Whether constructed as monumental pyramids, hidden chambers, or elaborate crypts, these tombs reveal the extraordinary lengths to which ancient cultures went to ensure the safe passage of their leaders and loved ones into the next life. Yet, despite their grandeur, many tombs remain enigmatic, leaving behind cryptic messages that modern archaeologists and historians struggle to interpret. One of the most striking features of many ancient tombs is their architectural complexity. Take, for instance, the tombs of the ancient Egyptians. The tombs of the pharaohs, particularly those in the Valley of the Kings, were built with meticulous attention to detail, reflecting both the religious significance of the burial and the belief in an eternal afterlife. These tombs often included intricate passageways, hidden chambers, and elaborate funerary offerings. The walls were adorned with detailed carvings and paintings, depicting scenes from the deceased's life, the journey to the afterlife, and the various gods and deities that would guide them along the way. The architecture itself was meant to serve as a guide to the afterlife, with symbolic representations of the sun's journey, the cosmic order, and the cycle of life and death woven into every wall and corridor. But what is particularly fascinating is the way the tombs seem to play with space and illusion. Narrow corridors suddenly open into vast, vaulted chambers, and walls seem to shift as if they were designed to confuse and disorient anyone seeking to enter. Could these design features have been intentional, created to protect the tomb from grave robbers or to symbolize the mysteries and challenges of the afterlife? In other parts of the world, tomb architecture took on a very different character, but the underlying purpose was similar. The tombs of the ancient Maya, for example, were often situated at the base of stepped pyramids. These tombs were meant not just to honor the deceased but to position them within the greater cosmological order. Maya tombs often included an elaborate collection of objects, ceramics, jewelry, and even human remains, arranged in symbolic patterns that reflected the deceased's role in the larger society. The Maya were deeply concerned with the cycles of time and the movements of the stars and planets, and many of their tombs were constructed to align with celestial events, such as solstices or eclipses. The tombs were, in essence, instruments designed to connect the deceased with the cosmos, reinforcing the belief that the dead played a critical role in the ongoing cycles of life. The alignment of these tombs with the celestial bodies was no accident, it reflected an advanced understanding of astronomy and the Maya's spiritual beliefs about the universe. But what remains baffling to modern scholars is how the Maya, with their limited technology, could have constructed such precise alignments without the aid of the modern instruments we rely on today. What knowledge did they possess that enabled them to carry out such feats of architectural and astronomical precision? Similarly, the tombs of the Etruscans, an ancient civilization that flourished in Italy before the rise of Rome, are famous for their richly painted burial chambers. These tombs were often carved into the sides of cliffs and contained elaborate frescoes that depicted not only scenes from the deceased's life but also complex mythological themes. The imagery on the walls suggests a culture deeply attuned to the spiritual world, with gods, goddesses, and mythic creatures populating the walls of the tomb. These tombs also reveal a sophisticated understanding of light and space, as the placement of murals often created a sense of depth and movement within the confines of the tomb. The Etruscans, like the Egyptians, believed in an afterlife, and their tombs were designed not just as resting places but as portals to a different realm. What remains puzzling, however, is the fact that many of these tombs were constructed without the level of technical knowledge or resources that other civilizations, like the Egyptians, possessed. How, then, did they create such intricately designed spaces and images, especially given the limitations of their tools and technology? And what did these tombs reveal about their beliefs in the afterlife and the power of the spiritual world? In some cases, the tombs themselves were so complex that their very design seemed to embody a kind of metaphysical symbolism. The ancient city of Petra, famous for its rock-cut tombs and temples, presents one of the most dramatic examples of tomb architecture in the ancient world. The tombs in Petra were carved into the rose-colored sandstone cliffs of southern Jordan, with facades that were often intricately adorned with carvings of animals, deities, and geometric patterns. The scale of the tombs was impressive, with some of the facades reaching over 30 feet in height. But what is especially striking about the tombs of Petra is the way they combine architectural design with the natural landscape. Many of the tombs are situated in such a way that they align with the natural contours of the landscape, suggesting a deeper connection between the tomb and the earth itself. The designs of the tombs are also remarkably sophisticated, with features such as elaborate columns, intricate carvings, and expansive courtyards that suggest an advanced understanding of both engineering and aesthetics. But what remains a mystery is the purpose behind the location of these tombs. Some archaeologists speculate that the placement of these tombs was meant to reflect the celestial movements or to align with specific geographical markers. Others suggest that the placement was a means of asserting the power and status of the people buried there, positioning them within a larger network of cultural and political influence. Yet, perhaps the most intriguing aspect of tomb architecture is how it reflects the complex relationship between life, death, and memory. Tombs were not just spaces to house the dead, they were designed to preserve the identity and legacy of the deceased. In many cases, the tombs were equipped with inscriptions, artwork, and offerings that served to commemorate the achievements and virtues of the person buried within. The tomb became a living memory, a space where the past could be continuously honored and remembered. For example, the tomb of the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang, which housed the famous terracotta army, was designed to ensure that the emperor's rule would endure long after his death. The thousands of life-sized statues of soldiers, horses, and chariots were intended to protect the emperor in the afterlife and to preserve his imperial legacy for eternity. The scale and complexity of the tomb were meant to reflect the magnitude of the emperor's power and influence, and to ensure that his memory would never fade. What is remarkable about the tomb of Qin Shi Huang is not only its sheer size but also the precision and artistry involved in creating the terracotta soldiers. Each figure is unique, with individualized facial features and clothing, reflecting the skill and craftsmanship of the workers who produced them. The tomb, then, becomes more than just a final resting place, it becomes a reflection of the emperor's life and his vision of immortality. In other cultures, the tomb was similarly designed as a space of commemoration and reflection. The tombs of the ancient Greeks, for example, were often adorned with statues and inscriptions that celebrated the virtues of the deceased, while Roman tombs frequently featured elaborate memorials that depicted the lives of the individuals buried within. These tombs were not only meant to house the body but also to serve as a lasting tribute to the person's life and accomplishments. What is particularly striking about these tombs is how they blend art, architecture, and memory to create a space that serves both the practical purpose of housing the dead and the symbolic purpose of preserving the identity of the deceased for future generations. The tomb becomes a bridge between the living and the dead, an enduring reminder of the legacy that the deceased leaves behind. Ultimately, the tombs of the ancient world reveal a complex interplay of art, architecture, and spirituality. They were designed to honor the dead, protect the deceased in the afterlife, and ensure that their memory would endure for generations to come. The architecture of these tombs reflects the beliefs, values, and technologies of the societies that built them, offering a window into their understanding of life, death, and the cosmos. But as many of these tombs remain shrouded in mystery, they continue to inspire awe and wonder. Each tomb, with its unique design and intricate symbolism, presents a puzzle that challenges our understanding of the ancient world. The more we uncover, the more we realize that these tombs were not merely structures to house the dead, they were sacred spaces, designed to transcend time and preserve the essence of life itself. There are some tombs that have become infamous not just for their contents, but for the legends and superstitions surrounding them. These are the tombs that seem to carry with them a sense of foreboding, as if they hold something far more dangerous than mere earthly riches. The idea of a curse attached to a tomb is an ancient concept, one that has persisted for centuries. From the infamous Curse of the Pharaohs that supposedly haunts the tomb of Tutankhamun to the more modern fears associated with the looting of sacred burial sites, these curses evoke a powerful psychological response. They tap into humanity's deepest fears about death, the unknown, and the supernatural. While many of these curses are likely the product of myth or exaggeration, the stories that surround them have left a deep mark on history and have often shaped the way tombs are perceived by the public. The most well-known of these cursed tombs is, of course, the tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. Discovered in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter, the tomb was filled with treasures beyond imagination, golden masks, intricate jewelry, and a wealth of artifacts that spoke to the opulence of the young king's life. However, what made the tomb even more famous were the strange deaths and accidents that befell several people involved in the excavation. Lord Carnarvon, the British patron who funded the dig, died suddenly from an infection shortly after the tomb was opened, sparking widespread rumors that he had fallen victim to the curse of the pharaohs. Others connected to the excavation, including Carter's team members, also suffered mysterious illnesses or untimely deaths, further feeding the idea that disturbing the tomb of an ancient king would bring about disastrous consequences. The curse of Tutankhamun's tomb was not the first of its kind in ancient Egypt, nor would it be the last. Ancient Egyptians believed that the tombs of their rulers were sacred spaces, and disturbing them was a grave offense. Many pharaohs, including those of the New Kingdom, went to great lengths to ensure that their tombs would be protected from looting. The walls of some tombs were inscribed with curses warning tomb robbers of the dire consequences they would face if they dared to disturb the dead. The inscriptions often threatened punishment from the gods, including death and eternal suffering. These curses were likely intended to deter thieves, but over time, they became part of the mythology surrounding Egyptian tombs, fueling the idea that disturbing the tombs of the dead would bring about supernatural retribution. While the curse of the pharaohs became particularly famous, there are countless other instances where tombs seem to carry with them an air of danger or ill omen. In China, for example, the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, has been the subject of legends and speculation for centuries. The emperor, known for his brutal consolidation of power and his obsession with immortality, ordered the construction of an elaborate tomb for himself, complete with a vast army of terracotta soldiers designed to protect him in the afterlife. According to legend, however, the tomb was not only filled with treasures but also with deadly traps to deter would-be robbers. Some stories tell of workers who were buried alive during the construction of the tomb to ensure its secrecy and security. These chilling accounts have only added to the air of mystery and danger surrounding the tomb. Even today, researchers are hesitant to fully excavate the tomb, as many believe that the emperor's tomb contains not only riches but potentially dangerous artifacts or traps that could harm those who disturb them. In addition to the ancient tombs of Egypt and China, there are other locations where tombs have been said to be cursed or bring bad luck to those who come too close. One such example is the tomb of the Maya ruler Pakal the Great, which was discovered in the 1950s in the ancient city of Palenque, Mexico. The tomb, which contained a vast array of jewels, pottery, and other treasures, is famous for its sarcophagus, which features intricate carvings of Pakal's descent into the underworld. While there is no specific curse associated with this tomb, it is said that the tomb's discovery has been followed by a series of misfortunes for those involved in the excavation. Several members of the team responsible for opening the tomb died under mysterious circumstances or suffered from accidents shortly thereafter. The tomb of Pakal remains one of the most significant archaeological finds of the 20th century, but the unexplained deaths of those connected to its discovery have fueled suspicions that some ancient forces continue to guard the site. In modern times, the concept of cursed tombs has been popularized by books, films, and documentaries, many of which are based on real-life discoveries. The mystery of cursed tombs continues to captivate the imagination, as they tap into universal fears about the unknown and the unseen forces that may exist beyond the grave. It is important to note that many of these stories have been embellished over time, and that curses associated with tombs are likely a mixture of superstition, coincidence, and the human tendency to seek explanations for unexplained events. However, the legends endure because they offer a compelling narrative, a story of ancient power, supernatural vengeance, and the fear that the dead may not be at rest after all. The phenomenon of cursed tombs is not confined to the ancient world. In more recent times, tombs in Western countries have also been the subject of strange events and superstitions. For example, the tomb of the infamous Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula, has been the source of numerous legends and rumors. Located in the Snagov Monastery in Romania, the tomb of Vlad has been linked to many mysterious deaths, particularly among those who have sought to disturb the site. In the 1930s, a series of mysterious deaths were reported among individuals who attempted to investigate or disturb the tomb. These events fueled rumors that Vlad the Impaler, whose gruesome actions were the inspiration for the Dracula legend, had left behind a curse that would befall anyone who dared to desecrate his final resting place. The fascination with cursed tombs speaks to a broader human desire to make sense of the unknown, especially when faced with the remnants of past civilizations that remain shrouded in mystery. These stories of supernatural retribution offer a sense of closure in an otherwise inexplicable world. They provide a framework for understanding the seemingly random accidents and tragedies that sometimes follow the discovery of tombs. But they also serve as a reminder that some things, whether material wealth or spiritual power, are better left undisturbed. The notion of a curse is deeply tied to the idea that there are forces in the universe beyond human control, forces that can punish those who attempt to interfere with the sacred. In many ways, the legends of cursed tombs are less about the tombs themselves and more about the boundaries between the living and the dead, the known and the unknown. Whether the curses are real or the product of myth, the stories of cursed tombs continue to shape our understanding of ancient burial practices. These tombs stand as a testament to the power of human imagination, as well as to the reverence that ancient cultures placed on death and the afterlife. They remind us that tombs are not just physical spaces, but sacred realms, meant to protect and honor the dead. In this way, the concept of a cursed tomb is less about supernatural retribution and more about the cultural significance of the tomb as a sacred space that must be respected. Even in the modern world, where we may no longer believe in the literal existence of curses, the stories that surround these tombs continue to haunt us, keeping alive the mysteries of the past and the ancient rituals that governed the lives, and deaths, of those who came before us. These cursed tombs remain powerful symbols of the mystery, danger, and awe that we associate with ancient civilizations. They are reminders that, no matter how much we learn about the past, there will always be aspects of the ancient world that remain beyond our comprehension, guarded by the forces of nature, the gods, and perhaps even the dead themselves. Whether you believe in curses or not, the legends of these tombs ensure that their mystery will continue to captivate the human imagination for generations to come. In many ancient tombs, what we find buried with the deceased goes beyond material possessions or symbolic artifacts. Some tombs contain objects that seem so alien, so out of place in the context of the era, that they leave archaeologists scratching their heads, wondering if these relics are evidence of lost technologies, ancient extraterrestrial visits, or something else entirely. These objects, sometimes small, sometimes monumental, can be found tucked away in corners of burial chambers or displayed with meticulous care alongside the remains of their owners. What is most unsettling, however, is that these objects do not always fit the expected technological or cultural context. Their presence challenges everything we think we know about ancient civilizations and raises unsettling questions about the nature of human history. One of the most compelling examples of such objects comes from the discovery of an artifact known as the Saca stone in a tomb near the ancient city of Sipan in Peru. Discovered in the 1980s, the stone is engraved with a series of geometric shapes and symbols that are strikingly similar to the known astronomical markings of several ancient cultures. Yet the artifact itself doesn't match the time period in which it was found. While the tomb dates back to around 100 AD, the geometric symbols and markings on the stone seem to be based on knowledge of the stars that could not have been available to the people of that era. The level of precision in the carving, as well as the specific arrangement of the symbols, suggests that the tomb builders possessed advanced astronomical knowledge that modern researchers can barely comprehend. But this is not the only discovery of its kind. Similar artifacts have been found in other tombs throughout South America, and the questions they raise are both tantalizing and deeply unsettling. How could these ancient people have known such precise details about celestial bodies, long before modern telescopes and advanced mathematics? In China, similarly mysterious objects have been uncovered, particularly in the tombs of the Warring States period. Some of these objects appear to be far too advanced for their time, leading some to speculate that they could represent lost knowledge or even foreign influences. One of the most intriguing finds is a set of miniature bronze mirrors, perfectly crafted and polished to such a degree that they reflect images like glass. These mirrors are not just artistic, they seem to have been intentionally designed to represent a kind of highly advanced technology. Some experts even suggest that these mirrors could have had a practical use that we don't yet understand, such as reflecting light for certain ritualistic purposes or even serving as a form of communication through light. This raises the question, could these mirrors have been designed for a technology that was forgotten over time? Or, perhaps more unsettlingly, could they have been the work of a culture with knowledge far beyond the capabilities of their contemporaries? Another area where extraordinary objects have been discovered is in the tombs of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, has long been the subject of speculation, not only because of its architectural magnificence but because of the strange tools and artifacts found within the tombs of its builders. One particularly perplexing item is a small, perfectly spherical stone ball found in one of the burial chambers. The ball, made from an unknown material, is so precisely shaped that modern engineers have had difficulty replicating it. The fact that it was found in a tomb that predates our current understanding of spherical geometry is deeply troubling. Was it simply a decorative item, or did it serve a more functional purpose? Some researchers suggest that it could have been used in some kind of astronomical measurement, as the ancient Egyptians were known for their advanced understanding of the stars and celestial movements. Could this object have been a tool used for astronomical or geometrical calculations that has been lost to time? Moving to the ancient ruins of Mesopotamia, we find another curious item, a collection of small, metal objects found in the tomb of an unnamed Sumerian king. These objects, some of which appear to be simple tools, are made from a type of metal that is not native to the region. The metal's composition is unusual, so much so that modern scientists have yet to identify its exact origin. The Sumerians, known for their early contributions to writing, mathematics, and astronomy, were skilled in metallurgy, but they had no known access to this particular metal. The discovery of these objects raises the question of where they came from, and more importantly, who could have introduced them to Sumerian society. Were these objects simply the product of trade with distant cultures, or is it possible that ancient civilizations had access to knowledge and materials that have since been lost to time? And if so, what else might we have forgotten? Perhaps even more disturbing than these isolated discoveries are the instances where entire tombs seem to contain technologies that do not fit within the known historical narrative. For example, the tomb of an unknown warrior discovered in northern Europe contained a set of perfectly preserved mechanical devices, including a clock-like mechanism with intricate gears and springs that appear to predate the known history of clockwork technology by centuries. While historians have speculated that this technology may have been inspired by earlier, lost civilizations, the exact purpose of the device remains unclear. Was it merely an ornamental piece, or could it have served a practical function? The discovery of such an object challenges the accepted timeline of technological development, raising the possibility that some cultures may have had access to lost technologies, potentially far ahead of their time. What these objects, whether they are geometric stones, intricately crafted mirrors, strange metals, or mysterious mechanical devices, have in common is their ability to defy easy explanation. They challenge our conventional understanding of ancient civilizations, and suggest that perhaps our historical narrative is incomplete, even flawed. It is as if these objects are remnants of a knowledge that existed long ago but was either lost to time or deliberately hidden. The implications of such discoveries are profound, not just for our understanding of the past, but for our understanding of human potential. Could it be that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge that modern science is only beginning to uncover? Or perhaps, more unsettlingly, could it be that ancient cultures were capable of creating things we can barely comprehend, and yet we have forgotten, or worse, actively suppressed, this knowledge over time? There is also the unsettling idea that these artifacts might represent evidence of contact with other civilizations, potentially even extraterrestrial ones. While most mainstream archaeologists would dismiss such claims as outlandish, there is a growing body of evidence that points to a more complex relationship between ancient cultures and advanced technologies. The presence of certain objects, especially those that seem to defy the capabilities of their time, has fueled the hypothesis that ancient peoples may have encountered visitors from other worlds or received knowledge from extraterrestrial sources. This theory, while highly speculative, raises questions about the nature of human history and the potential influences that shaped it in ways we may never fully understand. While these artifacts and technologies remain shrouded in mystery, they point to a larger issue in the study of archaeology, the gap in our knowledge about ancient civilizations. With each new discovery, archaeologists are faced with the challenge of trying to fit these objects into a historical narrative that often feels incomplete or fragmented. The truth is, for every artifact we uncover, there are countless others that remain hidden or lost to the sands of time. Some of these objects may one day come to light, and when they do, they could change everything we thought we knew about our ancestors. As we continue to explore the tombs of the ancient world, we are faced with the tantalizing possibility that we may one day uncover the answers to these mysteries. But for now, these strange, unexplained objects serve as a reminder that history is far more complicated than we realize. They challenge our assumptions, stir our imaginations, and leave us wondering whether there is more to our past than we have been taught. With each new discovery, the line between myth and reality becomes ever more blurred, and the mysteries of the past continue to call to us, urging us to look deeper, think harder, and question everything we thought we knew. The discovery of hidden chambers in ancient tombs has always been a fascinating aspect of archaeology, offering a tantalizing glimpse into secrets that have been buried for centuries. Sometimes, these hidden rooms are filled with treasures, gold, jewels, and precious artifacts, that speak to the wealth and power of the deceased. Other times, they contain more enigmatic objects, strange tools, artifacts with no obvious function, or even the remains of unknown creatures. In some cases, these hidden chambers suggest that ancient tombs were not simply places of burial, but carefully constructed sites that were meant to protect secrets or to serve as a link between the living and the dead. Whether intentionally concealed or simply forgotten over time, these chambers often hold the key to understanding not just the individual buried there, but the culture, beliefs, and practices of the society that created the tomb. One of the most famous examples of a hidden chamber was discovered in the tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. When Howard Carter's team unearthed the tomb in 1922, they found it remarkably intact, with a wealth of treasures, golden jewelry, intricately carved chests, and beautiful ceremonial items, lining the walls. But what intrigued Carter and his team even more was the presence of a secret chamber that had not been previously noted. After weeks of careful excavation, the chamber was finally revealed, and it was filled with even more treasures, including a stunning golden mask that would become one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. But it wasn't just the wealth that caught attention, it was the strange, hidden nature of the chamber itself. Why had it been sealed off from the rest of the tomb? Was it meant to be a final resting place for another important figure, or was it simply a compartment designed to hold even more valuable items? The question remains unanswered, but the discovery of this hidden space added another layer of mystery to an already enigmatic tomb. Similar discoveries have been made in tombs across the world, raising questions about the purpose of hidden chambers and the methods used to conceal them. In the tomb of the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang, for example, archaeologists discovered a vast underground mausoleum that included not only his famous terracotta army but also a series of chambers and tunnels that are still only partially explored. The tomb itself was filled with treasures, jewelry, bronze items, and fine clothing, but it was the network of hidden rooms and secret passageways that truly captured the imagination of archaeologists. Some of these chambers were clearly intended to protect the emperor's body and ensure his safe passage into the afterlife, but others remain enigmatic. Were these rooms designed to house his concubines, servants, or other important figures who would accompany him into the next life, as was common in ancient Chinese burial practices? Or were they intended to keep sacred items or knowledge hidden away from the living world? Some researchers have even suggested that these chambers may have been used for ritual purposes, involving secret ceremonies designed to safeguard the emperor's spirit. Whatever the purpose, the fact that they were sealed off and hidden from view for so long suggests that they were meant to protect something incredibly valuable, whether that was knowledge, power, or simply the emperor's soul. In the tombs of the Maya, particularly those in the ancient city of Palenque, similar patterns of hidden spaces and chambers have been uncovered. These tombs, which belonged to some of the most powerful and revered rulers of the Maya civilization, have yielded extraordinary treasures and complex, intricately carved reliefs depicting the rulers' lives and their interactions with the gods. But it is the hidden chambers, often found beneath the main burial chamber, that have captured the attention of researchers. These concealed spaces sometimes contain additional burial offerings or artifacts that were clearly intended to accompany the ruler into the afterlife. In some cases, these hidden chambers are thought to have been used for ceremonial purposes, with sacred objects or symbols placed within them to ensure the deceased's journey into the afterlife. One particularly notable example is the tomb of the Maya ruler Pakal the Great, whose tomb was discovered in 1952 in the Temple of the Inscriptions. The tomb was a labyrinthine structure, with multiple levels and concealed spaces, and contained not only Pakal's remains but a wealth of treasures that spoke to the grandeur of his reign. But it was the hidden chamber beneath the tomb, which contained a series of additional offerings and objects, that raised the most questions. The hidden nature of this chamber suggests that it was deliberately concealed, perhaps to protect the sacred items inside or to keep them from being disturbed by the forces of nature, or, perhaps, to safeguard the soul of the ruler from the living world. Similarly, hidden chambers have been found in the tombs of the Etruscans, an ancient civilization in Italy that predates the rise of the Roman Empire. These tombs, often carved into cliffs and hillsides, are filled with elaborate paintings and intricate carvings that depict scenes of the deceased's life and the gods they worshipped. But in several instances, hidden rooms and compartments have been uncovered, sometimes containing additional artwork or sacred objects that were meant to accompany the deceased. In some tombs, hidden chambers appear to have been designed to hold additional offerings or objects that were of particular importance to the deceased, such as family heirlooms or religious symbols. In other cases, these chambers seem to have been used for ritual purposes, with offerings placed inside to ensure the safe passage of the soul into the afterlife. The secrecy of these hidden spaces, much like those in other ancient tombs, raises questions about the belief systems of the Etruscans and their complex relationship with the afterlife. What did these hidden chambers represent, and why were they sealed off from the rest of the tomb? Were they meant to hold secrets that were too sacred to be shared with the living world? One of the most intriguing aspects of hidden tomb chambers is their potential to reveal ancient knowledge or technologies that have been lost to history. In many cases, these secret spaces seem to have been designed to safeguard more than just material wealth. They may have been used to protect knowledge, rituals, or technologies that were considered too dangerous or too sacred to be revealed to the public. For example, in the tomb of the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang, researchers have speculated that some of the hidden chambers may have contained knowledge of advanced technologies or military strategies that were reserved for the emperor's eyes alone. Similarly, in some of the tombs of the Maya, hidden chambers have been discovered with evidence of complex astronomical or calendrical knowledge, perhaps preserved in sacred texts or inscriptions. The secrecy of these spaces suggests that they were designed not only to protect the body of the deceased but also to safeguard certain aspects of knowledge or power that were believed to be too important to be shared with the world. While the exact purpose of these hidden chambers remains a mystery, they continue to inspire awe and speculation. Some believe that these chambers were meant to house sacred objects or texts that contained knowledge about the universe, the afterlife, or the gods. Others suggest that they may have been used for secret rituals, designed to ensure the deceased's passage into the afterlife or to protect the tomb from grave robbers. Whatever the purpose, the fact that these chambers were deliberately concealed and hidden from view speaks to the importance of secrecy and protection in ancient burial practices. They suggest that the tomb was not simply a place of rest, but a place of power, a space where the living and the dead could communicate, where secrets were kept, and where knowledge was preserved for future generations. These hidden chambers also speak to the complexity of ancient tomb design. In many cases, the tombs themselves were built to resemble entire worlds in miniature, with passageways, chambers, and hidden rooms designed to mirror the cosmos or the journey of the soul through the afterlife. The use of hidden chambers can be seen as part of this broader theme of symbolic architecture, an architecture designed not only to honor the deceased but to guide them on their spiritual journey. The fact that these chambers were often concealed suggests that they were reserved for the most important elements of the burial, whether that was the body itself, sacred objects, or even sacred knowledge. They were spaces that were meant to be shielded from the world, protected from the forces of time and decay, and preserved for eternity. Ultimately, the discovery of hidden chambers in ancient tombs provides a profound insight into the minds of those who built them. These spaces were not just places of burial, they were designed to be powerful, sacred sites that held deep meaning for the cultures that created them. Whether they were used to protect the deceased, safeguard valuable objects, or preserve sacred knowledge, these chambers represent a deeper understanding of death and the afterlife, one that was complex, ritualistic, and filled with mystery. As modern archaeologists continue to uncover these hidden spaces, the stories they reveal will continue to shape our understanding of the ancient world and the people who inhabited it. Each new discovery brings us one step closer to unlocking the secrets of these fascinating tombs, and with each discovery, we are reminded that the past is never truly gone, it is waiting to be uncovered, piece by piece, in the hidden chambers that lie beneath the surface. The story of ancient tombs is not just one of grandeur and riches, but also one of mystery and horror, often interwoven with tales of death, destruction, and the inexplicable forces that seem to have haunted those who dared to disturb them. Some tombs have been shrouded in myths of terrifying curses, and the very thought of their discovery sends chills down the spine. These stories are more than mere folklore, they speak to something primal, something deeply ingrained in the human psyche, the fear of the unknown, the fear of what happens when we trespass on sacred ground. While many tombs were carefully designed to preserve the sanctity of the deceased's resting place, there are those that seem to defy logic and understanding. These tombs have become infamous not just for the treasures they contained but for the dark history that often accompanies their discovery. One of the most famous, and terrifying, examples of this is the so-called Curse of the Pharaohs, which has surrounded the tomb of Tutankhamun since its discovery in 1922. The tomb, discovered by British archaeologist Howard Carter, was filled with extraordinary wealth, golden artifacts, intricate jewelry, and other priceless treasures that spoke of Egypt's grandeur. But what caught the public's attention even more than the tomb's riches was the mysterious deaths that followed the excavation. Lord Carnarvon, the man who financed the expedition, died suddenly from an infection shortly after the tomb was opened. His death was followed by a series of bizarre and unexplained deaths among other members of the expedition and their associates. It was widely believed that these deaths were linked to the curse of Tutankhamun, a belief that was fueled by the words inscribed on the tomb's entrance, which warned of death to those who dared to disturb the resting place of the pharaoh. While modern scientists and archaeologists attribute these deaths to more mundane causes such as infections or accidents, the curse became a cultural phenomenon, with many people convinced that the tomb was somehow cursed, forever linking Tutankhamun's burial site to a sense of dread. The idea of tomb curses is not confined to ancient Egypt. In fact, throughout the history of archaeology, there have been countless examples of tombs whose discovery was followed by mysterious and even deadly consequences. In ancient China, for instance, the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, has also been surrounded by stories of curses and death. The emperor, who unified China and built the Great Wall, is perhaps best known for the vast terracotta army that was buried with him. The tomb itself remains mostly unexplored, with archaeologists hesitant to excavate it completely, partly due to fears of the unknown and partly because of the many reports of ill fortune associated with the tomb. According to legend, workers who helped construct the tomb were buried alive to keep the location a secret, and some of them are believed to still haunt the tomb. Furthermore, it is said that the emperor's tomb is filled with deadly traps, including rivers of mercury and hidden weapons, meant to kill any intruders. While many of these tales are exaggerated or mythologized, they have added to the eerie mystique that surrounds this monumental burial site. The concept of a curse associated with tombs is deeply rooted in the belief systems of ancient cultures. For many ancient peoples, tombs were not simply places where the dead were buried, they were sacred spaces that held immense spiritual power. In many ancient societies, it was believed that disturbing a tomb could upset the balance between the living and the dead, bringing about disaster for those who dared to violate the resting place of the deceased. The idea of a curse, then, was a way to protect these sacred spaces from intrusion. Ancient Egyptians, for example, often inscribed curses on the tombs of their pharaohs and high-ranking officials, warning tomb robbers of the dire consequences they would face if they dared to steal from the tombs or disturb the remains of the deceased. These curses were not simply threats but were believed to carry the weight of divine power, ensuring that the souls of the deceased would remain undisturbed. In addition to the physical protection of tombs, many ancient cultures also used rituals and symbolic actions to guard the tombs from the outside world. The Etruscans, for example, who inhabited central Italy before the rise of Rome, believed that the tombs of the deceased were not just places of burial but gateways to the afterlife. They constructed elaborate burial chambers that were sometimes designed to resemble the deceased's house, complete with furniture and decorations, and placed offerings inside the tomb to ensure the deceased's comfort in the afterlife. The tombs were often sealed with large stones, and rituals were performed to ward off any evil spirits that might attempt to enter. Some tombs even had hidden chambers that were not meant to be discovered by the living, suggesting that the Etruscans believed there were things better left undisturbed. As we look beyond the tombs of Egypt and China, we find other examples of burial sites that seem to carry with them a dark and ominous aura. In the ancient city of Petra, Jordan, there are tombs carved into the sandstone cliffs that have long been associated with mystery and fear. These tombs, which date back to the 1st century AD, are some of the most dramatic and beautifully constructed tombs of the ancient world, with intricately carved facades that still stand today. But for centuries, these tombs were also the source of many eerie legends. Local folklore speaks of supernatural forces that guard the tombs, with some even claiming that the spirits of the dead emerge to haunt those who venture too close. These legends persist, in part because of the tomb's remote location and the fact that many of them have never been fully excavated. What lies within them remains unknown, but the idea that the tombs of Petra may hold more than just the remains of ancient rulers has kept them a source of fascination and fear for generations. Even in the modern era, the discovery of certain tombs has been accompanied by strange and unsettling events. The tomb of the infamous Vlad the Impaler, the historical figure who inspired the legend of Dracula, is said to be cursed, with several reports of mysterious deaths and misfortunes following attempts to disturb his grave. Located in Romania, Vlad's tomb in the Snagov monastery has become a site of intrigue and fear, with some claiming that anyone who tries to uncover his resting place will suffer a terrible fate. Similarly, in modern times, the discovery of tombs in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia has often been followed by unexplained accidents or illnesses among those involved in the excavation. The idea that a tomb could somehow carry with it an aura of death and destruction, even in the 21st century, suggests that these ancient burial sites continue to hold a grip on the collective imagination. The fear surrounding these tombs is not just about the curses or the legends that accompany them. It is also about the very idea of the tomb itself, what it represents, what it conceals, and what it might reveal. Tombs are the final resting places of the dead, and they are often seen as a bridge between the world of the living and the realm of the afterlife. They are spaces where the boundary between life and death becomes thin, where the past lingers in ways that are difficult to comprehend. The fear of disturbing a tomb, of breaking that boundary, is a fear that speaks to something deep within the human psyche. It is the fear of confronting the unknown, of touching something that is meant to remain untouched. And in some cases, this fear is justified, as the discovery of tombs has sometimes led to strange occurrences that defy explanation. The idea of tomb curses is not just a product of ancient superstition, but a reflection of the deep reverence that people in the past held for the dead and their burial sites. Tombs were meant to be sacred spaces, and those who entered them were thought to risk angering the spirits or upsetting the gods. Today, many archaeologists and historians dismiss the notion of curses, attributing mysterious events to more natural causes, such as infections, accidents, or even coincidence. But the legends surrounding these tombs continue to captivate the imagination. They serve as a reminder of the power of the past, the fear of the unknown, and the profound respect that ancient cultures had for the transition from life to death. In a way, these curses and superstitions are as much a part of the history of these tombs as the treasures and artifacts that they contain. The allure of cursed tombs, with their strange mysteries and unsettling histories, continues to draw people from all over the world. Whether driven by fear, fascination, or a desire to understand the ancient world, the discovery of these tombs has a profound effect on those who study them. They remind us that, no matter how much we learn about the past, there will always be mysteries that remain unsolved, and some things that are better left undisturbed. And as long as these tombs continue to be discovered, the legends of curses, death, and supernatural retribution will live on, adding an eerie layer of mystery to the tombs that hold the secrets of the dead. The notion of ancient tombs holding mysteries far beyond their treasures often revolves around strange, unexplained occurrences that have left both archaeologists and the public alike perplexed. While the artifacts and riches buried within these tombs are remarkable, it is sometimes the discoveries that elude explanation that become the most enduring parts of the stories. These puzzling objects, some of which seem to belong to a different time or place, spark debates and open doors to theories that challenge conventional understanding. As excavations continue to unearth relics from long-forgotten civilizations, the question arises, were these objects simply the product of their time, or do they suggest something more, perhaps an unknown chapter in the history of mankind, or even evidence of something extraterrestrial? The tomb of the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang offers one of the most perplexing cases of strange discoveries. Beneath the emperor's famous terracotta army, which stands as a symbol of his power and legacy, there are still a number of unexplored chambers. These chambers are rumored to contain some of the emperor's most prized possessions, as well as an intricate network of hidden passages designed to protect the tomb. However, it is not just the architectural design or the preserved statues that have garnered attention. A collection of peculiar artifacts found in and around the tomb has led some researchers to speculate that the ancient Chinese were in possession of knowledge and technologies that are still not fully understood. One of the most notable items that challenges our historical understanding is a set of metal objects found in close proximity to the emperor's tomb. These objects are made from a combination of metals that do not appear to be of local origin, leading some to believe that the tomb might house relics from a civilization far beyond ancient China's borders, or perhaps even evidence of knowledge passed down through unknown means. The discovery of advanced objects in ancient tombs is not restricted to the East. In fact, the Western world holds its own enigmas, such as the astonishing discoveries found within the tombs of the Maya civilization. Known for their sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture, the Maya left behind an array of artifacts that continue to baffle historians. In one particular tomb, unearthed in the city of Palenque, Mexico, researchers uncovered a series of intricately carved jade objects. These objects, highly valued by the Maya, depict scenes of cosmological significance, yet the level of precision and detail suggests that the Maya had access to knowledge that modern scientists are only now beginning to comprehend. But even more unsettling are the pieces of technology found alongside the tomb's contents. Small, precise, and perfectly crafted tools were discovered, tools that appear to surpass the technological standards of the time. Could these objects have served as instruments for astronomical measurements, or were they part of some ancient technological apparatus that has since been lost to time? In Egypt, tombs of pharaohs and high-ranking officials have offered a wealth of riches and knowledge, yet there are objects that have raised more questions than answers. The famous discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 unearthed treasures that would forever alter our understanding of Egyptian burial practices. Among the vast amount of jewelry, statues, and funerary objects, one particular item has attracted the attention of researchers, the mysterious, sacred scarab of Tutankhamun. Unlike other scarabs found in the tomb, this one is crafted from an unusual material, one that is not native to Egypt, leading some to speculate that it may have been part of a more advanced technological system. Was this scarab just an elaborate piece of jewelry, or did it serve a greater purpose? Some experts believe that this object could have had a symbolic or ritualistic function, perhaps as part of the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife. Others, however, suggest that it might have been part of a forgotten technology, one that was intended for purposes beyond what we can currently understand. Even in the Americas, tombs have offered up artifacts that seem to defy the logical progression of technological development. The ancient tombs of the Inca civilization, for example, have revealed objects that challenge our understanding of what was possible during their time. In the high-altitude tombs of the Andes, archaeologists have found intricate metal objects, including perfectly cut gold and silver pieces, as well as finely woven textiles that show an advanced knowledge of materials and crafting techniques. But it is the discovery of certain objects, such as small, precisely formed figurines and ceremonial objects, that seem to belong to a time far more advanced than the Inca Empire's known capabilities. Some of these objects appear to be connected to astronomical or ritualistic purposes, but their exact functions remain a mystery. These figurines, some of which are almost too precise in their construction, suggest that the Incas may have had access to knowledge that we are only now beginning to uncover, leaving the door open to theories about the existence of a forgotten or lost civilization that could have influenced the Incas, or perhaps even a connection to the stars. One of the most curious cases of advanced artifacts found within tombs is the discovery of objects made from materials that should not have been available to ancient cultures. For example, in the tombs of the ancient Sumerians, archaeologists have uncovered tools and weapons made from metals that, at the time, should have been impossible to forge. The Sumerians are well known for their achievements in writing and urban development, but their metalworking skills have always been considered primitive by modern standards. However, several ancient tombs in the region have yielded objects made from a type of metal alloy that should not have been possible to create with the technology available at the time. These objects are highly durable, resistant to corrosion, and exhibit properties that are still difficult to replicate. How could the Sumerians have produced such items, and what purpose did they serve? Could these objects have been the result of a lost technology, or were they somehow influenced by a civilization with knowledge far beyond the Sumerians' time? The most unsettling aspect of these discoveries, however, is not the individual objects themselves, but the implications they have for our understanding of human history. If ancient cultures had access to technologies that we cannot fully comprehend or replicate, what does that say about our historical narrative? It is often assumed that human progress followed a linear path, from primitive tools to advanced technologies. However, these strange artifacts suggest that this progression may not have been as simple or as straightforward as we once believed. The idea that there may have been civilizations in the past that were more advanced than we are willing to admit challenges our assumptions about the development of human society. What if there were once great civilizations whose knowledge and technologies were lost to time, perhaps due to war, natural disasters, or some other catastrophe? What if some of these artifacts are remnants of that lost knowledge, waiting to be uncovered? As more tombs are excavated, and more artifacts are discovered, it becomes clear that there is much we still do not understand about the past. These strange, unexplained objects challenge the narrative that history is a straightforward tale of human progress. Instead, they suggest that ancient civilizations were far more complex and possibly far more advanced than we realize. Whether they were the products of unknown technologies, lost knowledge, or extraterrestrial influences, these artifacts continue to provoke questions that may never be answered. But they also serve as a reminder that the past is not as distant as we think. In the objects left behind, in the tombs that have been sealed for centuries, there are secrets waiting to be uncovered, secrets that could rewrite our understanding of human history and our place in the world. And perhaps, as we continue to explore these ancient tombs, we will find not only treasures but also pieces of a puzzle that may change everything we thought we knew about our ancestors and their extraordinary achievements. When considering the most extraordinary tomb discoveries, one cannot overlook the implications of the many ancient burial sites that have been uncovered beneath the sands of time. These sites often yield more than just material wealth or artistic achievement, they offer glimpses into the belief systems, customs, and practices that defined entire civilizations. However, the most intriguing aspect of these discoveries lies not in the treasures or the preserved remains of the dead but in the clues they offer about the ancient people's understanding of life, death, and the beyond. Among these tombs, some stand out not only for their grandeur or their unique burial practices but for the sheer mystery surrounding their contents and the unanswered questions they leave behind. From human sacrifice to buried secrets, these tombs continue to puzzle modern archaeologists and challenge our understanding of the past in profound ways. In the case of the tombs of the ancient Chinese aristocracy, the presence of intricate grave goods is often paired with strange and unsettling practices. One example that continues to baffle researchers is the tomb of Lady Dai, also known as Xian Jui, an aristocratic woman from the Han dynasty. Discovered in 1971, her tomb was sealed for over 2,000 years and yielded an astonishing array of preserved items, including silk clothing, painted wooden figurines, and even a well-preserved body. What stands out, however, is the remarkable preservation of her remains, which were so perfectly preserved that they seem to defy the passage of time. The tomb, which was rich with treasures, also contained over 100 bronze mirrors, many of which were buried with the deceased. While these mirrors were undoubtedly valuable objects, their purpose remains a mystery. Were they intended to ward off evil spirits, or were they symbolic representations of the transition from life to death? Some scholars speculate that the mirrors were linked to ancient Chinese beliefs about the afterlife, suggesting that the mirrors represented portals or means of protection as Lady Di journeyed into the next world. But the exact reasoning behind the inclusion of these items is unclear, and it's this ambiguity that makes the discovery so intriguing. Similarly, the tombs of the ancient Maya offer a wealth of mystery when it comes to burial practices and their connection to the afterlife. In the tomb of the Maya ruler Pakal the Great, discovered in the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, archaeologists found not only the ruler's remains but also an intricate array of grave goods, ceremonial objects, jade jewelry, and finely crafted figurines. But what most astonished researchers was the elaborate sarcophagus that housed Pakal's body. Carved with vivid scenes depicting the ruler's descent into the underworld, the sarcophagus reveals much about the Maya view of death and the afterlife. The lid of the sarcophagus features a detailed carving of Pakal himself, lying on his back in a posture that suggests both death and resurrection, surrounded by symbols that represent the journey of the soul. The imagery used in Pakal's tomb indicates that the Maya believed that death was not an end but a transformation, a passage to another world. The tomb's contents suggest that the Maya had a highly sophisticated belief system, one that involved a deep understanding of the cosmos, the underworld, and the spiritual realm. However, the specific rituals and meaning behind many of the objects found within the tomb remain elusive, as does the deeper significance of the burial itself. What did these rituals signify, and what role did these objects play in ensuring the ruler's safe passage to the afterlife? These questions persist, and though modern scholars have made great strides in interpreting Maya culture, the tomb of Pakal remains a source of both fascination and mystery. As we move from the Americas to the ancient world of Egypt, we are confronted by yet another mysterious discovery, the tomb of the pharaoh Seti I, located in the Valley of the Kings. The tomb, which was discovered in 1817, is one of the most elaborately decorated burial sites in Egypt. The walls of Seti's tomb are covered in vibrant, detailed paintings that depict the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. These paintings are not just artistic expressions but also serve as a guide for the deceased ruler to navigate the challenges of the spiritual world. Seti's tomb is a prime example of the belief that the afterlife was an active, dynamic experience, a journey that required preparation, guidance, and ritual. Yet, the tomb holds more than just visual art, it contains some of the most enigmatic artifacts ever uncovered. Among these artifacts is a series of small, intricately carved statues and amulets, which were thought to protect Seti in the afterlife. These items, while seemingly insignificant, suggest that the ancient Egyptians had a highly developed understanding of the spiritual realm and a belief in the power of objects to influence the afterlife. The mystery surrounding the tomb of Seti I is compounded by the fact that it was, for centuries, hidden from view. In fact, the tomb's entrance was not discovered until well after the reign of Seti's successor, Ramses II. The tomb had been sealed for thousands of years, and it is only through modern archaeological efforts that we have come to understand the depth of its significance. Even now, some of the tomb's most important artifacts remain in situ, leaving archaeologists to ponder the full extent of the burial's meaning. The fact that Seti's tomb was hidden for so long raises interesting questions about the ancient Egyptians' relationship with death and burial. Was it intentional, or was the tomb simply forgotten over time? Did the ancient Egyptians fear the tomb's contents being disturbed, or was there something about Seti's afterlife that required it to remain concealed? Another tomb that continues to puzzle archaeologists is that of the Sumerian king Ur-Nammu, located in the ancient city of Ur, in modern-day Iraq. The tomb, which dates back to around 2100 BC, was discovered in the early 20th century and contained a wealth of material culture, including intricate jewelry, bronze weapons, and ceremonial vessels. However, what truly sets this tomb apart is the remarkable condition in which the objects were found. Unlike many tombs that have been looted or damaged by time, the artifacts in Ur-Nammu's tomb were largely intact, offering a snapshot of Sumerian life and death. Among the most enigmatic finds in this tomb were a series of small, intricately carved figurines, which appear to represent various deities and mythological figures. These figurines, along with other religious items found in the tomb, suggest that the Sumerians believed that the king would need these objects to aid in his journey to the afterlife. However, the exact purpose of the figurines and the role they played in the burial rituals remains unclear. Were these figurines meant to serve as protectors, companions, or guides for the king? Or did they represent a more complex religious system, one that we have yet to fully understand? The tomb of Ur-Nammu offers another clue about the nature of ancient burial practices, the careful placement of objects in relation to the deceased. Many of the objects found in the tomb were arranged with precision, indicating that the Sumerians believed that the king's afterlife would require specific items, placed in specific positions, to ensure his safety and success. The fact that these objects were buried with such care suggests that the Sumerians, like other ancient cultures, saw the afterlife not as a place of rest, but as a continuation of life, one that required preparation, ritual, and material support. But what does this tell us about the Sumerians' beliefs in the afterlife? And why were these specific objects chosen to accompany the king? These questions remain unanswered, but they offer a window into the complex relationship between the living and the dead in ancient Sumerian society. While the tombs of Ur-Nammu, Seti I, Pakal, and Lady Di offer us a glimpse into the customs and beliefs of ancient cultures, they also remind us of how little we truly know about the ancient world. In many ways, the tombs and their contents challenge our assumptions about the past, forcing us to confront the limitations of our knowledge. As we continue to uncover these sites, we are reminded that history is not a linear progression but a vast, complex web of stories and ideas that intersect in ways we may never fully understand. The tombs, with their strange artifacts and mysterious rituals, are but one piece of that web, a reminder that the ancient world was far more intricate and mysterious than we have often given it credit for. And as we continue to explore the tombs of the ancient past, we can only wonder what new mysteries they will reveal about the people who built them and the worlds they left behind. As archaeologists continue to peel back the layers of history, ancient tombs stand as silent sentinels, guarding not only the remains of their long-departed inhabitants but also the secrets of entire civilizations. These tombs are more than mere resting places, they are portals into forgotten worlds, offering glimpses into the beliefs, customs, and technologies of those who lived long before our time. Some tombs, however, have yielded artifacts and evidence that defy conventional understanding, sparking debates among scholars and fueling speculation about the true nature of ancient knowledge. From hidden chambers to mysterious objects, these tombs have provided more than just answers, they have raised even more profound questions, questions that challenge our perception of history itself. One of the most perplexing aspects of ancient tombs is the discovery of advanced technologies or artifacts that seemingly should not exist within the context of the time period in which they were buried. The tomb of King Tutankhamun, one of the most famous tombs in Egypt, provides an intriguing example. While the tomb itself was filled with priceless treasures, golden statues, intricate jewelry, and beautifully crafted furniture, it was not just the wealth that captured the imagination of historians and archaeologists. It was the presence of certain objects that seemed far ahead of their time. Among the treasures found in the tomb were small, finely crafted instruments that appeared to have functions beyond mere decoration. Some of these tools, especially the miniature models of boats and chariots, suggest an advanced understanding of engineering and design. While it is widely accepted that the Egyptians were highly skilled craftsmen, the precision of some of these objects raises questions about the level of technology available to them. Could it be that the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge that was far more advanced than we give them credit for? And if so, how did they acquire this knowledge? This question of ancient knowledge is not limited to Egypt. In fact, similar discoveries have been made in tombs around the world, suggesting that many ancient civilizations may have had access to technologies or wisdom that have since been lost to history. In the tombs of the ancient Maya, for example, archaeologists have uncovered complex astronomical tools and carvings that point to an advanced understanding of the cosmos. The Maya were known for their sophisticated calendars and their ability to predict celestial events with remarkable accuracy. But what is truly astounding is the level of precision with which they crafted these tools. Some of the objects found in Maya tombs appear to be designed for measuring time and tracking the movement of the stars and planets. These tools are not only sophisticated in design but also in their function, suggesting that the Maya had a level of knowledge about astronomy that we did not fully understand until the modern era. Could the Maya have been in possession of astronomical knowledge that was passed down through a lost tradition? And what other secrets might their tombs hold? Similarly, the tombs of the ancient Chinese contain objects that seem to point to an advanced understanding of metallurgy, craftsmanship, and even medicine. The tomb of the Han Dynasty noblewoman Lady Dai, discovered in 1971, is one of the most astonishing examples. Her tomb contained not only an incredibly well-preserved body but also a variety of objects that seemed to reflect a level of technological sophistication that was far beyond what we expected from the period. Among the items found in the tomb were beautifully crafted bronze mirrors, delicate silk garments, and intricate wooden figurines. But perhaps the most intriguing discovery was the presence of a medicinal herbal remedy, perfectly preserved, that was believed to have been used to treat various ailments. The ability to preserve such a remedy for over 2 millennia is nothing short of remarkable, suggesting that ancient Chinese medicine may have been far more advanced than we give it credit for. What other medical knowledge did the ancient Chinese possess, and why has so much of it been lost to time? In fact, the question of lost knowledge is a recurring theme in many ancient tomb discoveries. It is not just the physical artifacts that spark curiosity but the possibility that these tombs may hold the key to understanding a much broader, more complex picture of human history. The notion that ancient civilizations may have had access to technologies or knowledge that we have only recently rediscovered is a tantalizing one. Could it be that certain technologies were so powerful, so advanced, that they were deliberately hidden from the public or lost in the aftermath of wars or natural disasters? This idea is not just the stuff of science fiction but is rooted in the examination of ancient texts, artifacts, and structures that appear to suggest that there were civilizations in the past that were far more advanced than we are willing to admit. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for this theory comes from the discovery of megalithic structures and tombs that seem to defy the technological capabilities of their creators. The ancient stone structures of the Egyptians, the Maya, and the ancient Greeks are just the beginning. There are countless other examples of megalithic sites, such as those found in the Andes Mountains, Easter Island, and the mysterious stone circles of Europe, that suggest an extraordinary level of knowledge in the fields of engineering, astronomy, and architecture. Many of these structures were built with massive stones, some weighing several tons, and with such precision that modern engineers are still unsure how the ancient builders were able to transport and position them. Some of these sites are also aligned with celestial events, suggesting that their builders had an intimate understanding of the cosmos. Yet, despite the technological marvels these sites represent, the methods used to construct them remain shrouded in mystery. How did these ancient peoples move such massive stones? What knowledge did they have that allowed them to achieve such feats? The connection between tombs and ancient knowledge is not limited to just physical artifacts and structures, it also extends to the knowledge embedded in the rituals and ceremonies performed by ancient peoples. In many cultures, the act of burial was not simply a matter of placing the dead in the ground, it was a ritual that involved complex ceremonies designed to ensure a smooth transition to the afterlife. In some cases, these rituals involved the use of sacred texts, symbols, and incantations that were thought to hold the key to understanding the afterlife. The tombs of the ancient Egyptians, for example, were filled with hieroglyphic texts that outlined the journey of the soul through the afterlife, as well as spells and prayers meant to protect the deceased from evil spirits. Similarly, the tombs of the Maya and the Aztecs contained intricate carvings and paintings that depicted the gods and the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These artifacts were not just decorative, they were believed to hold the power to influence the fate of the soul. The question then arises, what do these rituals and symbols tell us about the nature of ancient belief systems and their understanding of death and the afterlife? One of the most striking examples of this is the discovery of the so-called Book of the Dead in ancient Egyptian tombs. This collection of spells, prayers, and incantations was placed in the tombs of the deceased to guide their souls through the dangers of the afterlife. What is remarkable about the Book of the Dead is not just its complex mythology, but the fact that it seems to contain an understanding of spiritual and cosmic laws that were far ahead of their time. The Egyptians believed that the soul was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, and that the soul's fate was determined by this judgment. But this idea of cosmic balance, of the soul's journey through the afterlife, was not unique to Egypt. Similar beliefs about the afterlife can be found in cultures around the world, from the Maya to the ancient Chinese, suggesting that there was a common thread of understanding that transcended geographic and cultural boundaries. Could these shared beliefs point to a lost tradition of knowledge, one that was passed down through ancient civilizations and lost to time? The discovery of ancient tombs continues to yield new insights into the complexities of human history, offering a window into the past that challenges our understanding of both the ancient world and our own. As we examine these tombs, we are forced to confront the possibility that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we are willing to acknowledge. From the precision of their engineering to the depth of their spiritual beliefs, these cultures possessed knowledge that we are only beginning to comprehend. The objects found in these tombs, tools, sculptures, and even written texts, serve as a reminder that human history is far more intricate and mysterious than we often realize. Each discovery, each artifact, brings us one step closer to understanding the true nature of the ancient world and the people who lived in it. And as we continue to explore these tombs, the question remains, what other secrets are still waiting to be uncovered? What other pieces of lost knowledge lie buried beneath the earth, waiting for us to discover them and, perhaps, unlock a deeper understanding of our own place in the vast tapestry of history? The idea of ancient tombs as windows into forgotten worlds is one that sparks both awe and curiosity. These burial sites, often found beneath layers of earth, offer more than just remnants of the dead. They provide a glimpse into the lives, beliefs, and cultures of the people who once lived and died within the walls of these sacred spaces. Tombs tell stories, not just of the wealthy or the powerful, but of entire civilizations, their customs, their technologies, and their ideas about life, death, and the afterlife. Yet, as much as tombs illuminate the past, they also cast long shadows of mystery, raising more questions than they answer. The most intriguing of these questions often revolve around the contents of the tombs themselves, items and objects that defy easy explanation, that suggest a level of sophistication or mystery that seems out of place for the time and culture in which they were created. Among the most captivating tomb discoveries are those that seem to contain items, artifacts, or structures that modern science and archaeology cannot easily explain. One such example is the tomb of the ancient Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The tomb, famous for its terracotta army, is one of the most remarkable archaeological finds in history, yet it is also one of the most enigmatic. The sheer scale of the tomb, with its vast army of clay soldiers, horses, and chariots, is impressive enough. However, what makes the tomb truly mysterious is the belief that beneath its surface, the tomb contains even more hidden secrets, secrets that have yet to be fully uncovered. Among the most puzzling features of the tomb is the claim that the emperor's burial chamber itself is filled with rivers of mercury, a substance that was thought to be sacred and a symbol of the emperor's control over the forces of nature. The use of mercury in such quantities suggests that the tomb was not just a place of rest but a space that represented the emperor's connection to the divine and his ability to control life and death. However, despite the advanced technology required to manipulate mercury in such a way, archaeologists have yet to fully explore the burial chamber itself due to the dangers posed by the mercury vapors. This tomb, with its concealed chambers, strange materials, and untapped potential for discovery, offers a haunting glimpse into a civilization that understood both the power of nature and the fragility of life. Similarly, the tombs of ancient Egypt continue to inspire awe and fascination. The Valley of the Kings, home to the tombs of many of Egypt's most famous pharaohs, is a site that has yielded both treasures and mysteries in equal measure. Among the most famous of these tombs is that of Tutankhamun, whose tomb was discovered in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter. While the discovery of the tomb's treasures, the golden death mask, the chariot, the jewelry, and countless other artifacts, was a momentous event, it was the supposed curse that followed the opening of the tomb that captured the world's imagination. According to legend, those involved in the excavation of the tomb met untimely and often unexplained deaths, leading many to believe that the tomb of Tutankhamun was cursed. While modern science has debunked the idea of a supernatural curse, the legend still lingers, adding an eerie aura to the discovery of the tomb. What is truly fascinating about Tutankhamun's tomb, however, is not just the wealth of artifacts found within it, but the glimpse it offers into the spiritual and religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. The tomb was filled with items that were meant to aid the pharaoh in his journey to the afterlife, including food, clothing, and sacred texts. The careful preservation of the tomb's contents, including the pharaoh's mummified body, provides an invaluable insight into the burial practices of ancient Egypt. Yet, even after all these years, many aspects of Tutankhamun's tomb remain shrouded in mystery. Why was the tomb so small compared to those of other pharaohs? What secrets might still lie hidden within its walls? The mysteries of ancient tombs are not limited to just the grand and famous burial sites of kings and pharaohs. Even the tombs of more ordinary individuals can offer surprising insights and raise equally puzzling questions. The tomb of Lady Di, also known as Xianzhui, discovered in 1971 in China, is one such example. Lady Di, the wife of a high-ranking official during the Western Han Dynasty, was buried in a tomb that was discovered in an astonishingly well-preserved state. The tomb contained a vast array of items, including silk clothing, painted wooden figurines, and exquisite jewelry. However, the most remarkable feature of the tomb was the preservation of Lady Di's body, which was found perfectly preserved after over 2,000 years. Her body was so well maintained that it appeared almost lifelike, with her skin still soft and her hair still intact. The discovery of such preservation raised questions about the methods the ancient Chinese used to preserve their dead. Some researchers have suggested that the tomb's location, combined with the specific conditions of the burial, may have played a role in the remarkable preservation of Lady Di's body. Others have speculated that the ancient Chinese may have possessed knowledge of preservation techniques that have been lost to history. Regardless of the exact cause, the preservation of Lady Di's body and the wealth of artifacts found in her tomb provide a unique window into the customs and practices of the Han Dynasty, and they leave us questioning what other secrets of ancient preservation remain hidden in tombs yet to be discovered. In the Americas, tombs from ancient civilizations such as the Maya and the Inca have also yielded strange and unexplained artifacts. The tomb of Pacal the Great, discovered in the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, Mexico, is one of the most famous tombs of the ancient Maya. The tomb contained not only the remains of the ruler but also a stunning array of grave goods, including jade jewelry, ceremonial masks, and intricate carvings. What makes Pacal's tomb particularly intriguing is the sarcophagus that housed his remains. The sarcophagus lid features a detailed carving of Pacal himself, depicted as descending into the underworld, surrounded by symbols that represent his journey through the afterlife. The imagery used in the tomb suggests a highly sophisticated understanding of cosmology and the afterlife, and it has sparked numerous theories about the Maya's knowledge of the spiritual and physical realms. Some researchers have even suggested that the imagery on Pacal's sarcophagus is a depiction of the ruler's ascent into the stars, with some claiming that the carvings suggest a possible connection between the Maya and extraterrestrial beings. While such theories remain speculative, the tomb's contents undeniably reveal a rich cultural and spiritual understanding, leaving us with the question of how the Maya developed such advanced ideas about the universe and the soul. The tombs of the ancient Inca civilization, which flourished in the Andes, also offer enigmatic discoveries that continue to puzzle archaeologists. Among the most fascinating finds are the tombs located in the high-altitude burial sites of the Andes, where archaeologists have uncovered finely crafted objects made of gold, silver, and other precious materials. These items, often used in religious or ceremonial practices, suggest that the Incas possessed an extraordinary understanding of metallurgy and craftsmanship. However, it is the discovery of certain objects, such as small, intricately carved figurines and ceremonial tools, that have raised the most questions. These items, which appear to be part of the Incas' spiritual rituals, seem to possess a level of sophistication that challenges our understanding of their technological capabilities. Some of these objects also suggest an advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, fields in which the Inca were known to excel. But despite the wealth of artifacts found in Inca tombs, much of the civilization's knowledge remains shrouded in mystery, particularly when it comes to their religious beliefs and rituals. What knowledge did the Inca possess that has since been lost? And what role did these mysterious objects play in their belief system? Tombs, whether from the ancient East, the Americas, or Egypt, are more than just burial sites. They are complex, multifaceted windows into the worlds of the civilizations that created them. Each tomb holds its own set of mysteries, from the strange preservation of bodies to the peculiar objects found within their walls. Yet, despite the wealth of knowledge that these discoveries have provided, many questions remain unanswered. The advanced technologies, intricate rituals, and spiritual beliefs embedded in these tombs suggest that the civilizations that built them possessed a deep understanding of the world around them, an understanding that, in many ways, seems to have been far ahead of its time. What is clear, however, is that these tombs are not just relics of the past, they are keys to unlocking the mysteries of human history, offering clues about what we once knew and what we may have forgotten. As modern archaeology continues to uncover the hidden secrets of these ancient burial sites, we are left to wonder, what other mysteries lie buried, waiting to be uncovered, in tombs still waiting to be explored. The excavation of ancient tombs has long been one of the most captivating pursuits in archaeology. The artifacts and remains found within these burial sites often provide invaluable insights into the civilizations of the past, yet there are some tombs that continue to intrigue scholars, researchers, and enthusiasts alike due to the strange and often inexplicable nature of their contents. From mysterious objects to perplexing burial rituals, these tombs hold secrets that not only reflect the societies they belong to but also challenge our understanding of ancient knowledge, craftsmanship, and even belief systems. Some tombs appear to have been intentionally designed to hold objects and symbols that seem far beyond their time, sparking ongoing debates about the level of sophistication ancient peoples might have achieved. What makes these tombs especially fascinating is that many of the artifacts discovered within them continue to defy logical explanation, leading to theories that stretch from the plausible to the extraordinary. The tomb of the Emperor Qin Shi Huang in China, for instance, offers one of the most iconic and puzzling discoveries in the history of archaeology. The sheer magnitude of the tomb, with its thousands of life-size terracotta soldiers arranged in military formation, has captured the imagination of many. These figures, each painstakingly crafted with individual characteristics, provide a vivid portrayal of the imperial army that accompanied the emperor into the afterlife. Yet, beyond these famous clay soldiers, there lies an even more enigmatic part of the tomb, the supposed rivers of mercury. According to ancient texts, the tomb was designed to replicate the emperor's empire, including a scale model of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers made from liquid mercury. Archaeologists believe the emperor intended to be buried in such a way that he would forever retain dominion over his empire, even in death. However, the mercury levels discovered at the site are so high that they are considered toxic, making it impossible for researchers to access the burial chamber itself. What is most intriguing about this discovery is not just the idea of using mercury as part of a burial ritual but the notion that ancient Chinese civilization might have had knowledge of how to manipulate such dangerous materials in a way that modern scientists still cannot replicate with ease. How did the ancient Chinese manage to keep mercury in liquid form for thousands of years without it evaporating or deteriorating? Was this a result of lost technology or practices that we simply do not understand today? While Qin Shi Huang's tomb is known for its terracotta warriors and rivers of mercury, another tomb in China, that of Lady Di, offers a different type of mystery. Discovered in 1971, Lady Di's tomb was located in the Han Dynasty tomb complex and was remarkably well preserved, a rarity in archaeological finds. Inside, not only was her body preserved in extraordinary condition, so much so that it appeared almost lifelike, but also the burial goods within the tomb were rich with artifacts that seemed almost futuristic in comparison to the era in which she lived. One of the most striking aspects of the tomb was the discovery of her tomb's construction. The tomb itself was carefully sealed with layers of silk, and the preserved items within were not merely items of comfort for the afterlife, they also contained objects that seemed to suggest a highly advanced understanding of materials and preservation. The tomb's artifacts, including finely crafted jewelry, silk clothing, and even a medicinal balm that still retained its potency, raised a number of questions about the ancient Chinese knowledge of preservation techniques, longevity, and perhaps even early chemistry. It was evident that the Han dynasty had advanced knowledge of both practical and spiritual matters, but Lady Di's tomb left archaeologists wondering whether this knowledge might have been passed down through generations or if it had been rediscovered after being lost to time. The presence of an intact medicinal mixture within her tomb also speaks to an ancient understanding of the healing properties of plants and compounds, some of which are still used in modern medicine today. But how did they manage to preserve these remedies for over 2 millennia? Was it through advanced understanding, or was it perhaps some form of secret knowledge hidden within the tomb? Turning to Egypt, we encounter one of the most famous tomb discoveries of all, the tomb of King Tutankhamun. The discovery in 1922 by Howard Carter revealed a wealth of treasures that not only spoke to the immense wealth of the young pharaoh but also hinted at the elaborate beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife in ancient Egypt. Among the many items found in the tomb was the famous golden death mask, which alone has become an iconic symbol of Egypt's grandeur. However, beyond the riches, one of the most curious aspects of Tutankhamun's tomb was the nature of his burial. Unlike the grand tombs of his predecessors, King Tut's tomb was relatively modest, and it appeared to have been hastily prepared. This has led to speculation about the circumstances surrounding his death, with some theorizing that the young king may have been buried in a rushed or unexpected manner. Furthermore, Tutankhamun's tomb was filled with objects that appear to have no immediate or obvious connection to him, leading some scholars to question why such items were included. For instance, the presence of several strange and unmarked statuettes has led some to propose that they might have had some symbolic or ritualistic significance, perhaps linked to unknown beliefs about the afterlife. It is also worth noting that certain objects found in the tomb appear to be fashioned from materials that were not native to Egypt, further complicating the interpretation of their use. Could these objects, crafted from gold and other precious metals, have represented a connection to foreign cultures or even otherworldly influences? While some of these theories remain speculative, they serve to highlight the enigmatic nature of Tutankhamun's tomb, one that seems to present more questions than answers. Similarly, the ancient Maya tombs found in the ruins of Palenque, Mexico, provide evidence of a complex civilization that has left behind a legacy of rich art, astronomy, and mythology. Pacal the Great, one of the most famous rulers of the Maya, was buried in a tomb that has captivated archaeologists and historians for decades. The discovery of the tomb in 1952 revealed a highly decorated sarcophagus that not only housed the king's remains but also depicted scenes of Pacal's journey through the underworld and his connection to the cosmos. The tomb contained an array of offerings, including precious jade and ceramics, and was intricately designed with carvings that spoke of the Mayas' advanced knowledge of astronomy and religion. However, what has intrigued many researchers is the depiction of Pacal's descent into the underworld on the sarcophagus lid, which has been interpreted by some as evidence of his cosmic journey. Some even suggest that the carvings resemble depictions of space travel, leading to theories that the Maya may have possessed knowledge of astronomy and space far beyond their time. Could the Maya have known something about the stars and planets that modern scientists are only now beginning to understand? Could the imagery of Pacal's sarcophagus be a symbolic representation of a journey that connects the Maya with extraterrestrial beings or lost technologies? While these ideas may sound outlandish to some, they are certainly part of the enduring mystery surrounding the tombs of the Maya. The ongoing discovery of ancient tombs across the globe continues to raise more questions than answers. Whether it is the strange preservation of bodies, the existence of advanced technologies, or the inexplicable rituals associated with burial practices, tombs have proven to be not just final resting places but gateways into the unknown. The artifacts discovered within these tombs, tools, sculptures, jewelry, and sacred objects, speak not only of the material wealth of ancient societies but also of their profound spiritual beliefs, their understanding of the cosmos, and their connection to the forces of nature. However, as much as tombs illuminate our past, they also serve as a reminder that there is so much we still do not understand. The mysteries contained within these burial sites challenge us to reconsider the traditional narratives of human history and to ask deeper questions about the knowledge and wisdom that ancient civilizations may have possessed. It is in the unanswered questions, the unexplained discoveries, and the unsolved mysteries of these tombs that we find a fascinating glimpse into a world that was once vibrant, complex, and full of secrets yet to be uncovered. As archaeology progresses and more tombs are unearthed, we can only wonder what other ancient mysteries await us, hidden beneath the soil and time, waiting for the right minds to decipher their meaning. Throughout history, the discovery of ancient tombs has often been a momentous occasion, one that provides insight into past cultures, religions, and the ways people lived and died. But some tombs go beyond being simply archaeological finds, they are puzzles that stir a deep sense of mystery, both in what they contain and in the strange rituals and artifacts that surround them. These tombs are not just places of burial but have become keys to unlocking some of the greatest mysteries of ancient civilizations. From hidden chambers to elaborate burial practices, the contents of these tombs continue to confound and astonish experts, leading to far more questions than answers. Some tombs are associated with fantastical theories that suggest a lost or hidden knowledge, whether related to technologies, spiritual practices, or even extraterrestrial influences. The unearthing of such tombs is a reminder of how much history remains hidden from us, waiting for new discoveries to shed light on long-forgotten worlds. But what happens when these tombs reveal elements that are so out of place for their time, or so complex in their design and purpose, that they demand to be re-examined? Could there be elements of ancient wisdom and knowledge hidden within these tombs that we, in our modern understanding, are still unable to fully grasp? One of the most captivating and enigmatic tomb discoveries of the modern era was the tomb of Tutankhamun in Egypt, discovered by Howard Carter in 1922. While the discovery itself was groundbreaking, offering unparalleled treasures from the New Kingdom period, what truly captures the imagination is the tomb's contents. Among the many treasures found in the tomb were the famous golden death mask, chariots, weapons, and ritualistic objects that highlighted Tutankhamun's status as a pharaoh. However, the tomb's relatively modest size compared to other royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings raised suspicions. It was almost as if Tutankhamun's tomb had been hastily prepared, as if he had not been intended to be buried in such a royal manner. The question arises, why was this tomb so small? Some have speculated that the young pharaoh's untimely death led to a rushed burial, while others believe that Tutankhamun may have been buried in a tomb originally meant for someone else. The idea of a rushed or unexpected burial brings a fascinating level of intrigue to the tomb, especially when we consider the elaborate rituals, symbols, and beliefs associated with the afterlife in ancient Egypt. One of the most mysterious aspects of Tutankhamun's tomb, however, is the so-called curse that has surrounded it. Many of those involved in the tomb's excavation, including Carter himself, experienced a series of untimely deaths, sparking a belief in a supernatural curse. While science and rational explanations have discredited this idea, the notion of the curse has become part of the tomb's mystique, adding a layer of unease and fascination to what might otherwise have been considered a straightforward archaeological find. What is it about this tomb that makes it so compelling to the human imagination, so much so that we continue to speculate about its deeper meanings, even decades after its discovery? As we move away from Egypt and explore other parts of the world, similar tombs with mysterious and unexplainable elements come into focus. In the ancient tombs of China, the burial practices and the items placed with the deceased suggest a highly advanced understanding of the human body, the afterlife, and spiritual rituals. One such example is the tomb of Lady Dai, or Xian Zhui, an aristocrat of the Han dynasty. Discovered in 1971, this tomb provided extraordinary insight into the burial customs of the time. Lady Dai's body was so remarkably well preserved that it appeared as though she had just been buried, despite having been dead for over 2,000 years. The silk clothing she wore, the vibrant paintings on the walls, and the delicate jewelry placed with her body spoke to the sophistication of the Han dynasty's burial rituals. However, what truly stood out about the discovery was not only the exceptional preservation of Lady Di's remains but the seemingly modern medical and medicinal knowledge embedded in the tomb. Among the many items found within her burial chamber were vials of medicinal substances, many of which were still potent after centuries of burial. This suggests that the ancient Chinese had developed a deep understanding of preservation and health, utilizing substances that were centuries ahead of their time. What were the specifics of this medical knowledge, and how were these techniques lost to history? It raises the tantalizing possibility that there are ancient remedies, long forgotten, that may have been incredibly effective, but are no longer known to modern science. Could Lady Di's tomb hold the key to unlocking the secrets of ancient Chinese medicine, a field that has been celebrated for its unique approach but that also seems to have lost much of its knowledge over time? The discoveries within tombs are not always about the tangible objects, though. Often, the structure and arrangement of the tombs themselves offer a fascinating insight into the beliefs of ancient civilizations. Take, for example, the tomb of Pakal the Great, the ruler of Palenque in ancient Maya civilization. Found in the Temple of the Inscriptions, this tomb is surrounded by mystery, not only because of the riches buried with Pakal but because of the symbolism embedded within the tomb itself. Pakal's sarcophagus features an intricate carving depicting the king's journey to the afterlife, surrounded by symbols of the Maya underworld and the stars. The carving on the sarcophagus lid is so detailed that some have interpreted it as an allegory of Pakal's ascent to the heavens or a journey into the cosmos. For decades, researchers have puzzled over the symbolism on the sarcophagus, with some suggesting that it represents a type of astral travel or even extraterrestrial interaction. While these theories are speculative, the tomb itself and the complex iconography found within it suggest that the Maya had an advanced understanding of the cosmos, the stars, and the spiritual dimensions beyond this world. Whether or not we believe that the Maya had contact with extraterrestrial beings, it is undeniable that their tombs, like those of other ancient civilizations, reveal a deep understanding of the universe. The placement of Pakal's tomb, the positioning of the sacred items within it, and the imagery of the sarcophagus are not just random, they are part of a larger cosmological order that underscores the Maya belief system. And then there are tombs such as those found in the ancient Andes, particularly the tombs of the Inca Empire. Here, tombs were often built into mountainsides, some situated at incredibly high altitudes, as though to connect the deceased to the heavens. The Inca were deeply spiritual people, and their tombs reflect the importance of the afterlife in their belief system. Tombs, such as those in Machu Picchu and other Inca sites, often contained offerings to the gods, as well as elaborate tombs for the elite rulers and priests. In some cases, the tombs were accompanied by carefully arranged graves for animals and sometimes even entire families, symbolizing the importance of kinship in the afterlife. However, the most fascinating aspect of Incan burial practices was the inclusion of objects made from gold, silver, and other precious metals, materials that would allow the deceased to be equipped for the journey into the afterlife. One of the most extraordinary aspects of these tombs is the vast array of ceremonial objects found within them, golden figurines, ceremonial knives, and beautifully crafted jewelry, all of which served a purpose in the spiritual rituals surrounding the dead. What is striking, however, is the idea that such objects may have been designed not only to honor the gods but to grant the deceased eternal favor. Did these precious materials hold a unique spiritual significance, one that transcended mere wealth or status? Did they reflect an advanced knowledge of metaphysical principles that allowed the Inca to view life and death in ways that are now lost to us? The answers may never be fully known, but the tombs of the Inca continue to reveal the complexity of their spiritual practices, their reverence for the gods, and their deep connection to the land. The tombs of ancient civilizations provide a glimpse into the minds of people long gone. While much has been uncovered, the deeper mysteries of these tombs continue to confound archaeologists and historians. They suggest that ancient societies were far more sophisticated than we have often given them credit for, with advanced knowledge of the cosmos, the afterlife, and even technologies that we have yet to rediscover. What is most fascinating about these tombs is not just the wealth of artifacts they contain, but the spiritual and intellectual significance behind the objects, rituals, and structures found within them. Whether in Egypt, China, the Maya region, or the Andes, these tombs continue to reveal that ancient civilizations were deeply connected to the mysteries of life and death, the stars, and the forces of nature. As we continue to uncover the secrets of these tombs, we may one day find that the true mysteries of the ancient world are far more profound than we could ever have imagined. Ancient tombs are not merely burial sites, they are time capsules, preserving the cultures, technologies, and beliefs of long-lost civilizations. Each discovery of such a tomb is an opportunity to peer into the past and unlock hidden stories, yet many tombs continue to mystify scholars and archaeologists, presenting more questions than answers. These tombs are not only important for their tangible contents, golden artifacts, precious jewels, and elaborate funeral rites, but also for the untold mysteries they contain, sometimes revealing technologies, customs, and knowledge far beyond what we might expect from ancient societies. What is most intriguing, however, is not just the physical objects or the wealth contained within these tombs, but the deeper significance of what they may represent. Many of these tombs hint at the possibility of forgotten knowledge, lost technologies, or advanced spiritual understanding that, despite our best efforts, remain shrouded in secrecy. These tombs stand as monumental testaments to human history, challenging us to reconsider what we know about the ancients and their civilizations. One of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring tomb discoveries in modern times is the tomb of the Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang, famously known for its terracotta army. The tomb, located in the ancient capital city of Xi'an, was discovered in 1974 and has since become one of the most remarkable archaeological sites in the world. The army of life-size terracotta soldiers, horses, and chariots that guard the emperor's tomb offers a vivid representation of the military might that once ruled over China. Yet, the most mystifying feature of this tomb is the presence of rivers of mercury, as described in ancient texts and believed to exist within the emperor's burial chamber. According to these accounts, the tomb was designed to replicate the landscape of the emperor's empire, with rivers made of liquid mercury flowing through the burial chamber. The discovery of mercury traces in the tomb has led to ongoing studies, as the levels of mercury found at the site are so high that they pose significant health risks to archaeologists. In fact, the toxic levels of mercury prevent any direct excavation of the burial chamber, leaving much of the emperor's final resting place still untouched and unexplored. The use of mercury in such quantities raises fascinating questions about the level of scientific knowledge possessed by the ancient Chinese. Mercury, known for its toxic properties, was not only used in the tomb for ritualistic purposes but may have had symbolic significance, possibly representing the emperor's control over life and death, or his connection to the heavens. Some have speculated that the use of mercury could also indicate the knowledge of alchemy or other chemical processes lost to history. The emperor's tomb seems to reveal an advanced understanding of material science, yet the specific techniques that were employed to keep mercury in liquid form for thousands of years remain elusive. Could ancient Chinese civilization have possessed knowledge that, if rediscovered today, could have profound implications for modern science? This mystery continues to captivate scholars, hinting at lost practices that might once have been commonplace but are now lost to time. In addition to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the tomb of Lady Di in China provides another example of the complexity and mystery of ancient burial practices. Discovered in 1971, Lady Di's tomb dates back to the Western Han Dynasty, and it is considered one of the best preserved tombs from this era. What sets Lady Di's tomb apart from others is the extraordinary preservation of her body, which was so well maintained that it appeared almost lifelike, despite being over 2,000 years old. This level of preservation is astonishing in itself, but it is further enhanced by the items found within the tomb, which include exquisite textiles, fine jewelry, and even preserved food. The tomb's contents paint a picture of the wealth and luxury enjoyed by Lady Di, but the preservation of her body and the objects inside raise questions about the techniques used to prevent decomposition. Some scholars have suggested that the Han Dynasty may have developed advanced methods of embalming or mummification that were far ahead of their time. While the tomb's contents reveal a great deal about the life and status of Lady Di, it is the preservation techniques that remain a key point of intrigue. Did the ancient Chinese possess secrets of preservation that have been lost over the centuries? If so, What other ancient practices or technologies have been lost to the sands of time? The tombs of ancient Egypt are some of the most iconic and well-known in the world, and they have yielded some of the most extraordinary artifacts and mysteries. One of the most famous discoveries is that of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, which, although relatively small compared to the tombs of other pharaohs, contained an extraordinary array of treasures. Among the items found in the tomb were the golden death mask, weapons, and jewelry, each piece a testament to the wealth and opulence of the ancient Egyptian monarchy. Yet, the tomb also revealed something much more profound: the beliefs and practices surrounding death, the afterlife, and the journey of the soul. The burial practices in ancient Egypt were deeply rooted in religion, and the tombs were filled with symbols meant to guide the soul through the dangerous afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, was placed in the tombs to ensure that the deceased would be protected from evil forces and would be granted safe passage to the afterlife. What is most intriguing about Tutankhamun's tomb, however, is not just the wealth it contained, but the fact that it was relatively simple and unassuming compared to the grand tombs of other pharaohs. This has led to speculation that Tutankhamun may not have originally been intended for such a grand burial, and that his tomb may have been hastily prepared. The possibility that King Tut was buried in a tomb meant for another person or that his burial was a result of unforeseen circumstances adds an extra layer of mystery to the tomb. Moreover, Tutankhamun's tomb was rumored to be cursed, a notion that gained traction after a number of individuals associated with the excavation of the tomb died under strange or mysterious circumstances. While this idea has since been debunked, the allure of the curse persists, adding an eerie mystique to the discovery. What makes this legend all the more intriguing is the number of coincidences surrounding the deaths, which many attribute to the opening of the tomb. The story of Tutankhamun's tomb is, in many ways, a reflection of the larger mystery of ancient Egypt, the belief systems, the rituals, and the secrets that remain locked away within the tombs of the pharaohs. The mystery of Tutankhamun's tomb raises questions about the power that the ancient Egyptians believed death held over them, and what was hidden in those tombs to protect them in the afterlife. Further west, in the New World, the tombs of the Maya civilization reveal another layer of mystery, with the tomb of Pakal the Great standing as a key example. Discovered in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, this tomb contained not only a wealth of treasures but also a sarcophagus with a lid adorned with a detailed carving of the king. The carving depicts Pakal descending into the underworld, surrounded by images of celestial bodies, serpents, and other mystical symbols. Some researchers have suggested that the imagery represents an ascent to the stars, with Pakal being depicted as a celestial being who traveled through the cosmos. The idea that the Maya might have had a deep understanding of astronomy and the cosmos is not new, but the symbolism on Pakal's sarcophagus raises new questions about how advanced their knowledge really was. Did the Maya possess knowledge of the stars and celestial phenomena that we are only now beginning to understand? Could their depictions of Pakal's journey be symbolic of a deeper connection to the universe, or even an otherworldly influence? While these questions remain speculative, they reflect the ongoing mystery of the Maya civilization and their deep connection to the cosmos. The tombs of the ancient world, whether in Egypt, China, the Maya region, or elsewhere, are more than just places where the dead were laid to rest. They are sacred spaces that hold the keys to understanding not only the physical world of the ancient civilizations but also their spiritual and metaphysical beliefs. These tombs have left behind treasures, artifacts, and clues that continue to challenge our understanding of what ancient peoples knew and how they viewed the afterlife. Some of these tombs contain advanced technologies, materials, and rituals that seem to defy explanation, pointing to a deeper, perhaps lost, knowledge that has been hidden from us for millennia. Whether it's the strange and dangerous use of mercury in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the advanced preservation techniques in Lady Di's tomb, or the celestial knowledge embedded in Pakal's tomb, the mysteries of ancient tombs continue to intrigue and challenge us. As we continue to uncover these ancient burial sites, we may one day discover that the knowledge contained within them holds answers not only about the past but about the very nature of human civilization and the mysteries of life and death itself. The tombs of the ancient world, still holding their secrets beneath the earth, remain one of the greatest enigmas of history. The exploration of ancient tombs, especially those that have remained hidden for centuries, offers an unparalleled opportunity to unlock the secrets of forgotten civilizations. These tombs, often buried deep beneath the earth, act as silent witnesses to the past, their contents and structures holding valuable clues about the culture, beliefs, and practices of those who created them. As archaeologists continue to unearth these sacred sites, the artifacts, bodies, and even architectural elements they contain often reveal far more than we expect. What makes some tombs truly extraordinary, however, is the element of mystery that surrounds them. Certain tombs, for reasons ranging from their unexpected contents to the unusual burial practices observed, challenge our understanding of history, technology, and even human knowledge. In many cases, the discoveries made in these tombs force us to reconsider what we thought we knew about the civilizations that constructed them. The discoveries lead us down pathways filled with speculation, wonder, and, most importantly, the desire to answer questions that have lingered for millennia. One of the most famous, and one of the most mysterious, tomb discoveries came from the ancient Chinese tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This tomb, dating back to around 210 BCE, was built for the first emperor of a unified China, and its scale is nothing short of awe-inspiring. The tomb is most famous for its army of terracotta soldiers, which were designed to accompany the emperor in the afterlife, serving as protectors and warriors for his soul. The sheer scale and level of craftsmanship of the terracotta figures have led many to consider this one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time. However, it is the hidden, largely unexplored burial chamber beneath the tomb's surface that continues to be a source of intrigue. Ancient texts speak of rivers of mercury inside the tomb, thought to replicate the Yangtze and Yellow rivers that ran through the emperor's empire. Such a design is extraordinary, both in its ambition and in the materials it suggests the ancient Chinese were able to manipulate. Mercury, a toxic substance that remains in liquid form at room temperature, is extremely difficult to handle, yet ancient accounts describe it as being used to mimic flowing rivers inside the tomb. The potential risks of mercury have prevented any direct exploration of the burial chamber, leaving its contents a tantalizing mystery. How did the ancient Chinese manage to keep mercury in liquid form for thousands of years without it evaporating or becoming contaminated? What did they believe mercury could do for the emperor in the afterlife? The very concept of using such a hazardous substance in such large quantities suggests that the ancient Chinese possessed knowledge and technology that is now lost to us. While the tomb of Qin Shi Huang holds great fascination, there are other tombs from different civilizations that have similarly sparked curiosity and mystery. One such tomb is that of Lady Dai, also known as Xian Jue, an aristocrat from the Western Han Dynasty in China. Discovered in 1971, this tomb has been called the best-preserved tomb ever found, largely due to the extraordinary preservation of Lady Dai's body. When archaeologists uncovered her tomb, they found her mummified remains still remarkably intact, and her skin even retained its elasticity. Alongside her body were numerous well-preserved items, silk garments, painted wooden figurines, food, and even a collection of medicinal substances. What stands out about this discovery is not only the remarkable preservation of the body but also the fact that the tomb contained a treasure trove of items that speak to an advanced understanding of chemistry and preservation techniques. Lady Dai's burial was accompanied by vials of preserved medicinal substances, which were still potent, suggesting that the ancient Chinese had a sophisticated knowledge of preservation long before modern techniques were developed. How did Lady Dai's body remain so well preserved? Was there a unique embalming process that has since been lost to history? This mystery is compounded by the fact that Lady Dai's tomb was filled with rare and precious materials that seem to imply a level of medical or alchemical knowledge that we still do not fully understand. In Egypt, the tomb of King Tutankhamun, discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, continues to fascinate and mystify. While the tomb was relatively modest compared to other royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, the treasures it contained were nothing short of extraordinary. The discovery of Tutankhamun's golden death mask, along with his chariots, weapons, jewelry, and other treasures, offered a glimpse into the wealth and opulence of the ancient Egyptian elite. Yet, the tomb's relatively humble size compared to the tombs of other pharaohs raises questions. Was this tomb hastily constructed? Was it originally intended for someone else? Some scholars suggest that Tutankhamun's tomb was not originally meant for him, but instead was a tomb that had been repurposed for the young pharaoh, who died unexpectedly. Beyond the treasure trove of gold and jewels, what really captivates many researchers is the curse that allegedly accompanied the tomb's opening. Several individuals associated with the excavation of the tomb, including Lord Carnarvon, who funded the expedition, died under mysterious or untimely circumstances, giving rise to the legend of the mummy's curse. While modern scholars dismiss the curse as superstition, the idea of a curse surrounding the tomb of an ancient Egyptian king adds to the enduring mystique of the site. What made Tutankhamun's tomb so different from other royal tombs, and why has it continued to stir such fascination and fear, even long after its discovery? Moving across the globe, the tombs of the Maya civilization also offer rich mysteries that continue to puzzle archaeologists. One such tomb is that of Pakal the Great, found in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque in Mexico. Pakal was one of the most powerful and revered rulers of the ancient Maya, and his tomb, which was discovered in 1952, is one of the most famous in the Maya world. His tomb contained a wealth of treasures, but it is the sarcophagus lid that has captured the attention of scholars for decades. The lid of Pakal's sarcophagus is intricately carved with a detailed depiction of the king, seemingly descending into the underworld, surrounded by symbols of celestial bodies and the Maya's cosmic beliefs. The carvings have been interpreted by some researchers as representing a journey through the stars, with Pakal ascending to the heavens or possibly even interacting with extraterrestrial beings. While the more speculative interpretations of the carvings are highly controversial, the sheer level of sophistication displayed in the design of the sarcophagus is undeniable. The tomb's contents reveal not only the wealth and power of Pakal but also the Maya's advanced understanding of astronomy, the cosmos, and their belief systems. What did the Maya believe about the afterlife, and how did their spiritual beliefs influence their burial practices? What role did the celestial symbolism of Pakal's tomb play in their worldview? In South America, the tombs of the Inca Empire, particularly those found in high-altitude sites such as Machu Picchu, also present their own set of mysteries. The Inca were deeply spiritual people, and their tombs often reflect the importance they placed on the afterlife. Incan tombs frequently contained offerings to the gods, as well as valuable items like gold and silver objects that were believed to aid the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. What makes these tombs especially intriguing is the skill and craftsmanship with which the Inca created their burial artifacts. Gold and silver were not only materials of wealth but also believed to have spiritual significance, symbolizing the connection between the living and the divine. However, what remains most fascinating about Incan tombs is the knowledge embedded within the artifacts. Some items suggest that the Inca had advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and even architecture, all of which played an important role in their spiritual and practical lives. What was the true significance of these items in Incan religious practices? Did the Inca possess knowledge that has been lost over time? The mysteries of Incan burial sites continue to fascinate scholars, especially considering how little we know about Incan beliefs and rituals, many of which remain elusive and hidden beneath the layers of time. Across the world, the tombs of ancient civilizations stand as enduring symbols of human effort to understand and transcend the boundaries of life and death. Whether through the treasures of Tutankhamun, the strange use of mercury in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the preserved body of Lady Di, or the celestial depictions in the tomb of Pakal the Great, these tombs continue to raise questions that challenge our understanding of the past. They serve as reminders that history is not a static record but a dynamic and evolving story that we are only beginning to fully comprehend. The more we uncover from these ancient burial sites, the more we realize how much there is still to learn about the people who built them and the knowledge they possessed. As archaeologists continue to explore and unearth these sacred sites, the mysteries they contain will likely remain a source of fascination, pushing us to explore the boundaries of both history and the unknown. What remains certain is that the tombs of the ancient world hold far more than just the bodies of the deceased, they hold the secrets of an ancient past, waiting to be revealed. Tombs have always held a certain allure for archaeologists and history enthusiasts alike, as they are gateways to the mysteries of the past. They are places where the final resting places of ancient rulers, nobility, and everyday people are preserved, containing both physical remains and spiritual elements that reflect the beliefs, culture, and practices of the civilization that created them. Yet, some tombs seem to transcend simple burial sites, holding secrets and puzzles that challenge the very boundaries of what we understand about ancient civilizations. These tombs continue to captivate our imaginations because they not only offer insight into the past, but they also open up a world of questions that remain unanswered, making them sources of endless fascination. Every tomb, from those of Egyptian pharaohs to the burial sites of ancient Chinese emperors, has the potential to reveal more than just the wealth of its occupants. They can provide glimpses into lost knowledge, unknown technologies, and even spiritual beliefs that seem so far beyond their time that they almost feel like they belong to another world. The tomb of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, is a prime example of this kind of mystery. The sheer magnitude of his tomb, with its thousands of life-size terracotta soldiers arranged in battle formations to guard the emperor in the afterlife, is impressive enough on its own. But it is the hidden, unexplored elements of the tomb that spark the most intrigue. Ancient texts have described the use of mercury in the emperor's burial, with references to rivers of liquid mercury flowing around his tomb. These accounts suggest that the tomb was meant to be a replica of Qin Shi Huang's empire, with rivers and landscapes made from mercury. This is not only an extraordinary feat of design, but also an incredibly dangerous one, as mercury is highly toxic. The levels of mercury found in the tomb are so high that it has been impossible to enter the burial chamber, leaving the emperor's final resting place largely untouched. The fact that the ancient Chinese may have had the knowledge to use mercury in this way raises many questions. How were they able to manipulate such a toxic substance and keep it in liquid form for thousands of years? Did they possess advanced technologies that have been lost to history? And, perhaps most intriguingly, what symbolic significance did mercury hold for Qin Shi Huang? Was it simply a representation of the emperor's power and dominion, or was there a deeper, more mystical meaning tied to the metal? The mystery of Qin Shi Huang's tomb is matched by other discoveries in ancient China, such as the tomb of Lady Dai, Xianzhui, from the Western Han dynasty. Discovered in 1971, Lady Dai's tomb was incredibly well preserved, and the body of the aristocratic woman, along with the many items buried with her, offers a glimpse into the sophistication of Han burial practices. What makes Lady Dai's tomb particularly intriguing is not only the extraordinary preservation of her body, remarkably lifelike despite being over 2,000 years old, but also the wealth of artifacts that were found alongside her. These included silk garments, intricately designed wooden figurines, food, and medicinal substances that were remarkably well preserved. What is particularly fascinating, though, is the knowledge of preservation and embalming techniques that the Han dynasty appears to have possessed. Lady Dai's tomb contained vials of medicinal substances that were still potent, suggesting that the ancient Chinese had developed methods of preserving both bodies and medicines that were far ahead of their time. The question then arises, did the ancient Chinese possess some form of alchemical knowledge or advanced techniques for preserving life and health that modern science has since forgotten? Could the secret of these preservation methods be hidden in Lady Dai's tomb, waiting for us to decode its mysteries? In the ancient world, no civilization's tombs are as iconic as those of Egypt, and none have captured the imagination quite like the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, the tomb of Tutankhamun became one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. Despite being relatively small compared to the grand tombs of other pharaohs in the Valley of the Kings, King Tut's tomb contained an extraordinary array of treasures, including the famous golden death mask, chariots, jewelry, and other precious items. The tomb's wealth provides a window into the opulence of ancient Egypt, but there are aspects of Tutankhamun's tomb that raise more questions than they answer. For one, the tomb's relatively modest size compared to other royal tombs suggests that it may have been hastily prepared. Some researchers believe that the tomb was not originally intended for Tutankhamun, but was instead repurposed, possibly in response to the young king's sudden and unexpected death. This theory is supported by the fact that the tomb appears to have been built quickly, without the usual grand planning and construction that went into other royal burials. Furthermore, There are elements of the tomb that seem to have been added hastily, perhaps in an attempt to provide the king with the items he needed for the afterlife. One of the most intriguing aspects of Tutankhamun's tomb is the notion of the curse that has surrounded the discovery. Many of those involved in the excavation, including Lord Carnarvon, who financed the expedition, died under mysterious or untimely circumstances, leading to the widespread belief in the curse of the pharaoh. While this idea has been largely debunked by modern researchers, the fact that these events occurred so soon after the tomb was opened has led to ongoing speculation and fascination. What is it about Tutankhamun's tomb that seems to invite such speculation? Could the curse be merely a product of superstition, or was there something truly ominous about the tomb itself? The idea of a curse has added an eerie and mystical layer to the discovery, reinforcing the sense that Tutankhamun's tomb is more than just a historical site, it is a place where the supernatural and the historical seem to collide. Beyond Egypt, other ancient tombs also continue to spark intrigue and speculation, particularly those belonging to civilizations in the Americas. One such tomb is the burial site of Pakal the Great, a ruler of the Maya city of Palenque. The tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions, is famous not only for its wealth of artifacts but for the elaborate carvings found on Pakal's sarcophagus. The carvings depict Pakal in a cosmic journey, descending into the underworld and surrounded by celestial symbols. Some researchers have interpreted the imagery as evidence of the Maya's advanced understanding of the cosmos, suggesting that Pakal's tomb may represent more than just a burial place, it could symbolize a cosmic journey. What is especially striking about this interpretation is that some of the symbols on the sarcophagus have been compared to depictions of space travel. While these theories are highly speculative, they speak to the deep and enduring mystery of the Maya civilization. Could the Maya have had knowledge of the stars and the universe that was far beyond what we have been taught? Could their tombs, like those of the Egyptians, hold the key to understanding their advanced knowledge of astronomy and the cosmos? In South America, the tombs of the Inca offer another layer of mystery and intrigue. The Inca, a civilization known for its complex social structures and impressive architectural feats, also left behind elaborate burial sites. Many Incan tombs, such as those found in Machu Picchu, were constructed with the belief that the deceased would continue their journey into the afterlife, equipped with offerings and treasures that would help them along the way. Gold, silver, and ceremonial objects were placed in the tombs, believed to ensure the deceased's spiritual success. But what makes the tombs of the Inca particularly intriguing is the sheer skill and precision with which they were built. The Inca are famous for their advanced knowledge of engineering and mathematics, and their tombs reflect this expertise. Some tombs were built into mountainsides at high altitudes, as if to ensure that the deceased remained connected to the divine forces above. The gold and silver objects found in these tombs, combined with the intricate stonework, suggest that the Inca had a deep understanding of both the material world and the spiritual world. What knowledge did the Inca possess that allowed them to create such remarkable tombs and burial rituals? Did they understand something about life, death, and the cosmos that has since been lost? As we look across the globe at these tombs, from the terracotta soldiers in China to the pyramids of Egypt, and the burial sites of the Maya and Inca civilizations, it becomes clear that these tombs are not merely places of burial. They are repositories of knowledge, art, and culture, each one representing the culmination of a civilization's spiritual, intellectual, and artistic achievements. Yet they are also filled with mysteries that continue to puzzle us. Whether it is the use of mercury in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the advanced preservation techniques in Lady Di's tomb, the mystical symbolism in Pakal's sarcophagus, or the architectural brilliance of Incan tombs, these burial sites continue to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. As more tombs are discovered, more questions arise, and the mysteries of the past remain just out of reach, waiting to be uncovered by those who are willing to dig beneath the surface and explore what lies hidden within the earth. The secrets of these tombs may remain unsolved for generations, but the quest to understand them continues to drive our exploration of human history. Tombs, with their solemnity and significance, have been integral parts of human civilization for millennia. They serve not only as final resting places for the deceased but also as windows into the ancient past, offering a glimpse into the cultures, rituals, and beliefs of long-forgotten societies. Yet, some tombs go beyond merely holding the physical remains of the dead, they hold secrets, mysteries, and treasures that leave us questioning our understanding of history. As archaeologists unearth these ancient burial sites, they often uncover objects, symbols, and practices that challenge conventional wisdom and spark theories that blend history, mystery, and even the supernatural. The deeper we dig, the more we realize that these tombs are much more than what they seem at first glance. They are the epicenters of untold knowledge, advanced technologies, and complex spiritual beliefs, all of which have been buried beneath layers of time, waiting for us to uncover their truths. One of the most iconic and mysterious tombs ever discovered is that of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. The tomb, which lies near the ancient capital of Xi'an, was built to house the emperor and his court in the afterlife. It is perhaps most famous for the discovery of the terracotta army, an incredible array of life-sized soldiers, chariots, and horses, all sculpted from clay and arranged to protect the emperor. The sheer scale of the tomb is staggering, with some estimates suggesting that the tomb complex spans over 38 square miles. While the terracotta army is certainly a remarkable discovery in itself, it is what lies beneath the tomb that has captured the imagination of archaeologists and historians alike. Ancient texts describe the tomb as containing rivers of mercury, which were meant to represent the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, the lifeblood of the emperor's empire. These rivers of mercury were said to flow through the tomb's subterranean chambers, an extraordinary design that, if true, suggests an advanced knowledge of materials and chemistry. However, the high levels of mercury found in the tomb have posed significant challenges to archaeologists, as mercury is highly toxic, and its dangerous presence has prevented any direct exploration of the burial chamber. What were the ancient Chinese hoping to achieve by incorporating mercury into the design of the tomb? Was it simply to symbolize the emperor's dominion over life and death, or did it have a deeper, more mystical purpose? Furthermore, how were the ancient Chinese able to manipulate mercury in this way, keeping it in liquid form for over 2,000 years? These questions remain unanswered, leaving us to wonder what lost knowledge may have been contained within Qin Shi Huang's tomb. In addition to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the tomb of Lady Dai, Xianzhui, in China provides another fascinating example of ancient burial practices and mysteries. Discovered in 1971, Lady Dai's tomb was found to be incredibly well preserved, and the body of this aristocratic woman, who lived during the Western Han Dynasty, was remarkably lifelike, despite being over 2,000 years old. The preservation of Lady Dai's body is extraordinary, especially considering that most ancient remains decompose over time. This remarkable preservation is partially due to the fact that Lady Dai's tomb was sealed in an airtight chamber, which helped protect it from the elements. But it is not just the preservation of her body that is intriguing. Lady Dai's tomb also contained an astonishing array of artifacts, many of which were perfectly intact. Silk garments, wooden figurines, paintings, and even food items were found in the tomb, suggesting that the Han Dynasty possessed advanced preservation techniques. Among the items in the tomb were also medicinal substances, some of which were still potent despite being buried for centuries. The presence of these substances has led researchers to consider the possibility that the Han Dynasty had developed sophisticated methods for preserving not only bodies but also medicines and other organic materials. Did the ancient Chinese have a secret knowledge of preservation that has since been lost to history? Could there be a link between the advanced embalming techniques used in Lady Dai's tomb and the preservation methods employed by other cultures around the world? These questions remain unanswered, but the tomb of Lady Dai stands as a testament to the advanced knowledge and skills of the ancient Chinese. While Lady Dai's tomb offers insight into the sophisticated burial practices of the Han Dynasty, it is the tomb of King Tutankhamun in Egypt that has captured the imagination of millions around the world. Discovered in 1922 by archaeologist Howard Carter, the tomb of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun was filled with treasures beyond belief: golden chariots, jewelry, weapons, and the famous golden death mask, which has become one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. While the tomb's contents were extraordinary, it was the tomb itself that raised many questions. Unlike the grand tombs of other pharaohs, Tutankhamun's tomb was relatively modest in size, leading some scholars to speculate that it was hastily prepared. It is believed that Tutankhamun's sudden and unexpected death may have led to the hurried construction of his tomb. But the most intriguing aspect of the tomb is not its size, but rather the curse that surrounded its discovery. Many of those involved in the excavation of the tomb, including Lord Carnarvon, who funded the expedition, died under strange or mysterious circumstances shortly after the tomb was opened. This led to the widespread belief in the mummy's curse, a notion that has persisted in popular culture to this day. While modern scholars dismiss the curse as superstition, the strange events surrounding the tomb's opening have added a layer of mystery to the discovery. Was there something more to the tomb than just its physical contents? Was there a reason that so many individuals associated with the tomb's excavation met untimely deaths? The curse of Tutankhamun continues to captivate our imaginations, adding to the enigmatic nature of his tomb. Moving beyond Egypt, the tombs of the Maya civilization also continue to spark intrigue. One of the most famous Maya tombs is that of Pakal the Great, the ruler of Palenque in what is now modern-day Mexico. Pakal's tomb, which was discovered in 1952, contains an impressive array of treasures, including jade jewelry, ceramics, and other ritualistic objects. However, it is the sarcophagus lid that has garnered the most attention. The lid is intricately carved with an image of Pakal descending into the underworld, surrounded by a wealth of celestial and symbolic imagery. Some researchers have suggested that the imagery on the sarcophagus lid depicts a journey through the stars, with Pakal ascending into the heavens or perhaps even embarking on a cosmic journey that transcends earthly boundaries. While these interpretations are speculative, they raise fascinating questions about the Maya's understanding of the cosmos and their place in it. Did the Maya possess advanced knowledge of astronomy that allowed them to chart the stars and map the heavens? The symbolism found within Pakal's tomb suggests that the Maya believed the afterlife was not merely a continuation of earthly life, but a spiritual journey that transcended physical existence. Was this belief rooted in a deeper understanding of the universe and the forces that govern it? The mystery of Pakal's tomb offers a glimpse into the complex spiritual worldview of the ancient Maya, and it raises the possibility that their understanding of the cosmos may have been more advanced than we give them credit for. In South America, the tombs of the Inca Empire provide yet another layer of mystery. The Inca, known for their architectural prowess and complex social structure, left behind some of the most impressive tombs in the ancient world. Many of these tombs were found in high-altitude locations, such as Machu Picchu, and were designed to house the remains of Incan rulers and nobility. The tombs often contained offerings to the gods, as well as intricate ceremonial objects made of gold and silver. These precious materials were believed to have spiritual significance, and they were intended to ensure the deceased's successful journey to the afterlife. What is particularly intriguing about Incan tombs is the advanced knowledge that the Inca seem to possess in areas such as astronomy, engineering, and agriculture. The Inca built their tombs with remarkable precision, using stones that fit together so perfectly that even modern tools cannot replicate the technique. The alignment of the tombs with celestial bodies suggests that the Inca were highly attuned to the movements of the stars and planets. What was the spiritual significance of these celestial alignments? Did the Inca believe that their rulers had a divine connection to the heavens? The mystery of the Incan tombs continues to captivate archaeologists, as they offer a glimpse into a civilization that was both highly sophisticated and deeply spiritual. Across the globe, from the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs to the burial sites of the Inca and Maya, ancient tombs continue to challenge our understanding of the past. Whether it is the mystery of the Mercury rivers in Qin Shi Huang's tomb, the advanced preservation techniques in Lady Di's tomb, the celestial symbolism in Pakal's sarcophagus, or the architectural brilliance of the Incan tombs, these burial sites reveal that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we often give them credit for. These tombs not only hold the remains of the dead but also hold clues to lost knowledge, forgotten technologies, and spiritual beliefs that continue to intrigue and inspire us. As archaeologists continue to uncover these tombs, we may one day unlock the secrets they contain, revealing a deeper understanding of the ancient world and the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the earth. Until then, these tombs remain powerful symbols of the enduring mystery of human history and the knowledge that remains just beyond our grasp. Throughout human history, tombs have represented more than just places for burial, they are the silent, often overlooked repositories of culture, knowledge, and hidden secrets. These final resting places, often constructed with immense care and dedication, serve as both a physical end and a symbolic bridge between life and death. Yet, while tombs offer us a final connection to the dead, they also present a unique opportunity to unlock the mysteries of ancient societies. In many cases, tombs have revealed astonishing wealth, remarkable craftsmanship, and hidden technologies that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. From the vast burial mounds of ancient Chinese emperors to the intricately designed tombs of Egypt's pharaohs, tombs continue to intrigue us with their ability to preserve more than just the physical remains of the deceased. The tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang of China, one of the most famous and awe-inspiring discoveries in the history of archaeology, is a perfect example of the secrets that tombs can hold. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, united the country and established the Qin dynasty, and his tomb was constructed to reflect the emperor's grand ambition and power. The tomb itself is vast and complex, with the most famous feature being the terracotta army, an enormous collection of over 8,000 life-sized figures, each uniquely sculpted to serve as guards for the emperor in the afterlife. These statues, which include soldiers, horses, and chariots, have been meticulously crafted, revealing a level of artistry and skill that was far ahead of its time. However, the true mystery of the tomb lies beneath the surface, where ancient texts describe rivers of mercury that flow through the tomb, intended to replicate the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. The presence of liquid mercury in such vast quantities presents a challenge to modern archaeologists, not only because of the toxicity of mercury but also because it raises questions about the ancient Chinese's ability to manipulate such a dangerous substance. How did they keep mercury in liquid form for centuries? What knowledge did they possess about its properties, and how did they use it symbolically within the emperor's burial site? While the tomb has yet to be fully explored, the idea that Qin Shi Huang's final resting place could house such an advanced understanding of chemistry and engineering is a reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in ancient tombs. In addition to the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the tomb of Lady Dai, Xi offers another example of the intriguing and often mysterious nature of ancient Chinese burial practices. Discovered in 1971, Lady Dai's tomb has been called the best-preserved tomb ever found, and the preservation of her body provides a striking glimpse into the advanced embalming techniques used during the Western Han Dynasty. Unlike most mummies, Lady Dai's body remained remarkably lifelike, with her skin still retaining its elasticity, and it is believed that this preservation is due to the careful construction of her tomb and the advanced embalming processes used. Surrounding her mummified remains were numerous treasures, including silk garments, painted wooden figurines, food, and even vials of medicinal substances that remained potent despite being buried for over 2 millennia. The tomb's contents suggest that the Han Dynasty had developed an understanding of preservation and embalming far ahead of its time, and the presence of medicinal substances raises the question of whether the Chinese had developed advanced chemical or medical knowledge that has since been lost. The tomb of Lady Dai is not just an archaeological discovery, it is a window into the lost knowledge of an ancient civilization that understood the importance of life and death, and of how they might transcend the mortal world. While China's tombs offer incredible insights into ancient practices, Egypt's tombs have long been the source of fascination due to their elaborate design, treasures, and the profound spiritual beliefs they represent. One of the most well-known and enigmatic tombs in Egypt is that of King Tutankhamun. Discovered by British archaeologist Howard Carter in 1922, the tomb was filled with a staggering array of treasures, golden chariots, weapons, jewelry, and the iconic golden death mask. But it is the mystery surrounding the tomb itself that continues to captivate people's imaginations. The tomb of Tutankhamun is relatively small compared to other royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, and the rushed construction of the tomb has led some to believe that it was not originally intended for the young pharaoh. There is evidence to suggest that Tutankhamun's sudden and unexpected death may have led to the repurposing of a tomb that was originally meant for someone else. This theory has led to further speculation about the true nature of Tutankhamun's burial. Was his tomb hastily constructed because he was a young king who died too soon? Or was there something more to his burial site that remains hidden from view? Beyond the treasure trove of gold and jewels, the tomb of Tutankhamun is perhaps most famous for the so-called curse that allegedly befell those who entered it. Several individuals associated with the tomb's discovery, including Lord Carnarvon, who funded the excavation, died under mysterious or untimely circumstances, leading to the widespread belief in a mummy's curse. While modern scientists dismiss the curse as superstition, the strange series of events surrounding the tomb's opening have kept the legend alive in popular culture. But the mystery of Tutankhamun's tomb goes beyond the so-called curse. It is the symbolism embedded in the tomb's contents, as well as the questions surrounding the construction of the tomb itself, that continue to intrigue historians. Why was Tutankhamun's tomb so different from the others in the Valley of the Kings? What do the unusual aspects of his burial site tell us about the political and religious climate of ancient Egypt? Could there be more to Tutankhamun's story than what we know? While the tombs of Egypt continue to inspire awe and wonder, other ancient cultures have left behind their own enigmatic burial sites. The Maya civilization, for example, has long intrigued archaeologists with its complex burial practices and the symbolism found in the tombs of its rulers. One of the most famous Maya tombs is that of Pakal the Great, a ruler of the Maya city of Palenque in Mexico. Pakal's tomb was discovered in 1952, and it contained a wealth of treasures, including jade jewelry, pottery, and ritual objects. However, it is the sarcophagus lid that has captivated the imagination of researchers. The lid is intricately carved with an image of Pakal descending into the underworld, surrounded by celestial symbols and imagery that suggest a cosmic journey. Some researchers have speculated that the carving represents a journey through the stars, with Pakal ascending to the heavens or even encountering extraterrestrial beings. While these interpretations are highly speculative, the fact that the Maya had such a deep understanding of astronomy and the cosmos is undeniable. The Maya were able to track the movements of the stars with incredible precision, and the symbolism in Pakal's tomb suggests that they viewed the afterlife as a spiritual journey that transcended earthly life. Did the Maya possess knowledge that we have only begun to understand? What did they know about the universe that has since been lost to time? In South America, the tombs of the Inca Empire provide another layer of mystery and intrigue. The Inca, known for their mastery of architecture and engineering, constructed elaborate tombs for their rulers and nobility. The tombs were often built at high altitudes, with many located in remote and inaccessible areas. Incan tombs were filled with treasures such as gold and silver, ceremonial objects, and food offerings, all of which were intended to help the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. But it is not just the wealth of the tombs that is intriguing, it is the advanced knowledge that the Inca possessed in areas such as mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The precision with which Incan tombs were constructed, using stones that fit together so perfectly that not even modern tools can replicate the technique, speaks to the Incas' exceptional engineering skills. The alignment of the tombs with celestial bodies suggests that the Inca had an intimate knowledge of the stars, and their ability to incorporate this knowledge into their tombs raises questions about their spiritual beliefs. What role did the heavens play in Incan religion, and how did the Inca view the afterlife? What does the alignment of their tombs with the stars reveal about their understanding of the cosmos? Across the world, the tombs of ancient civilizations continue to reveal mysteries that challenge our understanding of the past. Whether it is the mercury rivers in Qin Shi Huang's tomb, the advanced embalming techniques used in Lady Di's tomb, the celestial symbolism in Pakal's sarcophagus, or the architectural brilliance of the Inca tombs, these burial sites offer a glimpse into the sophisticated knowledge and beliefs of ancient societies. As archaeologists continue to uncover new tombs, they are not only revealing the material wealth of ancient civilizations but also the spiritual and intellectual achievements that may have been lost to time. These tombs are not just burial places, they are repositories of knowledge, filled with secrets waiting to be uncovered. And with each discovery, we are reminded of the complexity and depth of the civilizations that once existed, and the mysteries that continue to intrigue and inspire us to look deeper into the past. As human beings, we've always been captivated by the unknown, by the mysteries that elude us and the ancient civilizations that left behind relics and stories that continue to puzzle us today. Tombs, in particular, have always been centers of fascination. They are not only the final resting places of the deceased but also the silent sentinels of history, holding within them stories of past lives, lost knowledge, and sometimes, even secrets that defy explanation. Whether it's the magnificence of a royal burial or the mysterious circumstances surrounding the tomb's construction, the discovery of ancient tombs has long been a source of both wonder and intrigue. Among these tombs, some have stood out as particularly enigmatic, tombs that seem to offer more questions than answers, challenging our understanding of ancient cultures, their technologies, and their spiritual beliefs. These tombs tell us something crucial about the past, that the people who built them were not just concerned with death, but with eternity, the unknown, and the mysteries that lay beyond the physical world. One of the most famous examples of a tomb that continues to baffle archaeologists is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang in China. As the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang is responsible for uniting the country and creating one of the most influential dynasties in Chinese history. To honor his achievements and ensure his continued rule in the afterlife, he ordered the construction of an extraordinary tomb, a vast complex filled with astonishing artifacts. Perhaps the most famous of these artifacts are the terracotta soldiers, thousands of life-sized figures, each one meticulously crafted to represent soldiers, chariots, and horses, all standing in formation as if guarding the emperor in the afterlife. But it is not only the soldiers that make Qin Shi Huang's tomb so captivating. Ancient texts describe the tomb as having rivers of mercury, which were designed to mimic the flow of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. The presence of mercury is intriguing because of its toxicity and because the ancient Chinese seem to have known how to manipulate it in ways that we still do not fully understand. Mercury was thought to have special significance, perhaps because of its liquid properties, which may have been viewed as symbolic of life, immortality, or the flow of time. It is unclear why Qin Shi Huang's tomb needed mercury to such an extent, but it suggests that the emperor's tomb was not just a resting place, it was a carefully designed microcosm of his empire, intended to preserve him for eternity. But the most puzzling aspect of the tomb is that, despite its size and grandeur, parts of it remain unexplored because of the high levels of mercury. What secrets lie hidden in those unexamined chambers? And what knowledge of chemistry, alchemy, or spiritual belief did the ancient Chinese possess to create such a tomb? While Qin Shi Huang's tomb is undeniably one of the most famous, it is not the only one that challenges our understanding of the ancient world. In fact, many tombs, scattered across the globe, hold the same air of mystery, each offering a glimpse into lost knowledge, ancient rituals, and perhaps even the mysterious forces that shaped the ancient world. In Egypt, the tomb of Tutankhamun stands as one of the most iconic and enigmatic discoveries in modern archaeology. Discovered in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter, the tomb of the young pharaoh was filled with an astonishing array of treasures. From golden chariots to the famous golden death mask, the contents of the tomb revealed the opulence and grandeur of ancient Egypt. However, it is not just the treasures that have kept the tomb of Tutankhamun in the public eye, it is also the strange and almost eerie circumstances surrounding its discovery. Soon after Carter and his team entered the tomb, a series of untimely and mysterious deaths befell several people involved in the excavation. This, in turn, led to the belief in the mummy's curse, a supernatural force said to be unleashed when the tomb of the pharaoh was disturbed. While most modern scholars dismissed the curse as superstition, the deaths associated with the tomb continue to fuel speculation about whether there was something more to Tutankhamun's burial site than meets the eye. Was the curse a mere coincidence, or could there have been something about the tomb itself that invited such misfortune? What significance did Tutankhamun's burial have for the ancient Egyptians, and why was his tomb so different from others in the Valley of the Kings? The mystery surrounding Tutankhamun's tomb extends beyond the curse. In fact, the tomb itself has raised more questions than it has answered. For instance, why was the tomb of this relatively minor and young pharaoh so filled with treasure, while those of more prominent rulers were much more modest in comparison? Some believe that the tomb may not have originally been intended for Tutankhamun at all, but rather that it was hastily prepared for him after his untimely death. This theory suggests that Tutankhamun's sudden demise may have caught the royal court off guard, and in their rush to prepare a burial, they repurposed a tomb that had already been used for another purpose. Furthermore, the unusual construction of the tomb, its relatively small size compared to those of other pharaohs, suggests that it may not have been built with the same level of planning and care as others. Could there have been something more to this hasty construction? Was there a deeper purpose behind it? Was Tutankhamun's tomb designed to reflect not just his death, but his spiritual significance in a larger cosmic or religious context? In the Americas, the tombs of the Maya also continue to present fascinating mysteries. One of the most famous Maya tombs is that of Pakal the Great, ruler of the ancient city of Palenque. Pakal's tomb was discovered in 1952 and is famous not only for the wealth of treasures found within it, but also for the elaborate carvings on his sarcophagus. The carvings depict Pakal in a cosmic journey, descending into the underworld, surrounded by symbols of the stars and celestial bodies. The depiction of Pakal's descent has led some researchers to speculate that the Maya may have had a deeper understanding of the cosmos, suggesting that their view of the afterlife went beyond simple spiritual beliefs. It was a complex, cosmic journey. Some even argue that the carvings on Pakal's tomb resemble images of a spacecraft or interstellar travel, leading to the controversial theory that the Maya may have had knowledge of advanced technology or extraterrestrial contact. While these theories are speculative, they highlight the extraordinary depth of Maya cosmology and their ability to chart the movements of the stars with incredible precision. The tomb of Pakal raises an important question: what did the Maya know about the universe, and how might their understanding of the cosmos have influenced their burial practices and their view of the afterlife? The tombs of the Inca, too, are shrouded in mystery. The Inca civilization, with its remarkable engineering, agricultural practices, and social structures, left behind tombs and burial sites that reflect their deep spiritual beliefs. Incan tombs, often located at high altitudes in the Andes Mountains, were designed to ensure that the deceased would continue their journey to the afterlife. Incan rulers were often buried with gold, silver, and ceremonial objects, and these tombs were seen as sacred spaces, designed to reflect the connection between the earth and the heavens. The Inca had an extraordinary understanding of astronomy, and many of their tombs were aligned with celestial bodies, pointing to their belief in a spiritual connection with the stars. The tombs also reflect the Incas' incredible architectural knowledge. Stones were cut so precisely that they fit together without the need for mortar, creating structures that have withstood the test of time. Yet, despite the remarkable achievements of the Inca, their tombs remain a mystery in many ways. What did the Inca believe about life, death, and the afterlife, and how did this belief system shape the design and purpose of their tombs? The answers to these questions may hold the key to understanding not just Incan burial practices, but their entire worldview. Across the world, from the tombs of China to those of Egypt, from the Maya to the Inca, we find that the design, contents, and symbolism of ancient tombs reflect the profound spiritual beliefs of the people who created them. These tombs were not just places to bury the dead, they were complex, symbolic representations of the afterlife, the cosmos, and the connections between life and death. But more than that, they reveal a level of sophistication and knowledge that continues to fascinate us today. The mysteries of these tombs challenge our understanding of ancient technologies, spiritual practices, and the ways in which ancient civilizations viewed their place in the universe. Even as modern archaeology uncovers new tombs and artifacts, the questions surrounding these ancient burial sites remain. The deeper we dig, the more we realize that the tombs we uncover are not simply the final resting places of ancient rulers, they are windows into lost worlds, offering us glimpses into a past that is both distant and yet strangely familiar. And in these tombs, as in the past itself, there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered, secrets that may forever change our understanding of human history. Ancient tombs have long been a source of fascination and intrigue for historians, archaeologists, and enthusiasts alike. These burial sites are not only physical resting places for the deceased, but also cultural touchstones that reveal a great deal about the societies that created them. As we uncover more tombs from past civilizations, we are continually amazed at the craftsmanship, the symbolism, and the sophisticated belief systems that shaped these sacred spaces. However, what makes ancient tombs particularly captivating is the fact that they often hold much more than just the remains of rulers and nobles. They are repositories of knowledge, sometimes hidden, sometimes intentionally concealed, that hint at lost technologies, forgotten rituals, and enigmatic spiritual practices. One such tomb, which has long captured the imagination of historians, is that of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. Known for uniting China and establishing the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang's tomb is a monument to both his imperial power and his obsession with immortality. While the terracotta army of life-sized soldiers, chariots, and horses is the most famous aspect of the tomb, it is the surrounding features that hold the deepest mystery. Ancient texts suggest that the tomb was designed to replicate the emperor's empire, with rivers of mercury flowing through subterranean chambers. These mercury rivers were believed to represent the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, the lifeblood of Qin Shi Huang's realm. But mercury, as an element, is both mysterious and dangerous. In its liquid form, mercury poses significant challenges to modern explorers, as it is toxic and has the potential to damage delicate artifacts. Moreover, how the ancient Chinese were able to manipulate mercury to create flowing rivers remains a riddle, as their understanding of the element seems to surpass what we know of ancient chemistry. It is not just the mercury, however, that has sparked fascination. The tomb itself has not yet been fully explored, and as archaeologists continue to study it, one wonders what hidden knowledge or technologies may still lie buried beneath the earth. Could Qin Shi Huang have known secrets that modern science has yet to uncover? Was his obsession with immortality tied to an understanding of alchemy or spiritual beliefs that transcended his time? While Qin Shi Huang's tomb may be one of the most famous, it is by no means the only tomb that challenges our perceptions of ancient societies. In Egypt, the tomb of Tutankhamun has continued to captivate audiences since its discovery by Howard Carter in 1922. The sheer wealth of the tomb's contents, golden chariots, jewelry, weapons, and the iconic golden death mask, remains a testament to the opulence and grandeur of ancient Egypt. But beyond the treasures, it is the circumstances surrounding the tomb's discovery that continue to stir intrigue. The so-called curse of the pharaohs claims that those who entered Tutankhamun's tomb would be doomed to an untimely death. This superstition arose when several individuals associated with the excavation, including Lord Carnarvon, the financier of the expedition, died under mysterious or sudden circumstances. Though modern scholars generally dismiss the curse as a myth, the events surrounding the tomb's discovery only serve to deepen the mystery. Could there have been something to these mysterious deaths, or were they simply coincidence? Some researchers believe that the deaths may have been the result of bacterial infections from ancient tombs, which could harbor pathogens long undisturbed. But even if we dismiss the idea of a supernatural curse, the tomb itself raises many more questions. Tutankhamun was a relatively minor pharaoh who died at a young age. So why was his tomb filled with such immense wealth and grandeur when other more powerful rulers received much more modest burial sites? The hasty construction of the tomb, coupled with the lack of any clear inscriptions or historical records about the young king, suggests that his burial was far from ordinary. Was the tomb repurposed for him due to an unforeseen and sudden death? And what did the ancient Egyptians believe about the afterlife that led to such elaborate tombs and rituals for even the most seemingly inconsequential rulers? In addition to the tombs of Egypt and China, the burial sites of the Maya civilization also present tantalizing mysteries. The tomb of Pakal the Great, a ruler of the ancient Maya city of Palenque in Mexico, is one of the most famous of these. Pakal's tomb, discovered in 1952, contained a wealth of treasures, including jade jewelry, pottery, and ritual objects. But it is the intricate carvings on Pakal's sarcophagus lid that have sparked the most debate. The lid depicts Pakal in a dramatic pose, descending into the underworld, surrounded by celestial symbols and imagery of stars, planets, and otherworldly forces. Some scholars have speculated that these carvings represent a journey to the heavens or an attempt to depict a cosmic or spiritual journey. What is particularly fascinating about Pakal's tomb is the suggestion that the Maya may have had a more advanced understanding of astronomy than we previously believed. The Maya were known for their intricate and accurate calendar systems, which tracked the movement of the stars and planets with remarkable precision. The imagery found in Pakal's tomb suggests that the Maya not only understood the heavens, but saw them as directly linked to the spiritual realm. Could the Maya have believed that their rulers ascended to the heavens after death? Or were they attempting to communicate with celestial beings through their elaborate burial rituals? The symbolism in Pakal's tomb hints at a deep cosmic connection that we may never fully understand. Moving to South America, the Incan tombs also offer a rich field of inquiry. The Inca civilization, renowned for its advanced architecture and agricultural practices, left behind burial sites that were carefully constructed and filled with offerings to the gods. The tombs of the Inca were often located in high-altitude regions, close to the mountains that they viewed as sacred. Many of these tombs contained gold, silver, and ceremonial objects, placed there to accompany the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. However, it is not just the wealth of these tombs that is remarkable, but the construction methods used to build them. Incan tombs were often constructed with an astonishing level of precision, with stones that fit together so tightly that even modern tools cannot replicate the technique. These tombs are aligned with celestial bodies, such as the sun and the stars, and reflect the Incas' deep belief in the spiritual significance of the heavens. The Inca believed that their rulers had a divine connection to the gods, and this belief is reflected in the grandeur and symbolism of their tombs. The tombs were not only a final resting place for the ruler, but a sacred space designed to connect the earthly realm with the divine. While each of these tombs, from China to Egypt, from the Maya to the Inca, offers a unique glimpse into ancient beliefs and burial practices, they also share common themes. In each case, the tomb was not simply a place to lay the deceased to rest, but a carefully designed space that reflected the civilization's understanding of life, death, and the afterlife. These tombs often contained symbols, artifacts, and technologies that were meant to ensure the continued journey of the soul, and they were designed to mirror the world of the living. They were microcosms of the greater world, places where the boundaries between life and death, the physical and spiritual, were intentionally blurred. As we continue to explore and uncover these tombs, the mysteries they hold challenge our understanding of ancient societies. They force us to reconsider what we know about ancient technologies, spiritual practices, and the ways in which people of the past viewed their place in the universe. What secrets lie hidden beneath the tombs of ancient rulers and nobles? How much knowledge has been lost to time, buried alongside the dead, waiting to be rediscovered? And how much of what we know about ancient cultures is still incomplete, waiting for these tombs to reveal their hidden stories? Each new discovery adds another layer to the rich tapestry of human history, reminding us that the past is never truly gone, it is only waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets. Whether it's the mystery of mercury rivers in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang or the celestial symbolism in the tomb of Pakal, these tombs offer us a glimpse into a world that was as complex, sophisticated, and mysterious as our own. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of these ancient burial sites, we come closer to understanding the people who built them and the civilizations they created. And in doing so, we may uncover answers to some of the greatest questions of all: what did the ancient world know that we have yet to learn? And what mysteries still lie buried, waiting to be uncovered? The discovery of ancient tombs, often buried deep within the earth for centuries, continues to offer new insights into the past, providing both a physical and metaphysical window into the lives and beliefs of long-gone civilizations. These tombs, typically constructed for kings, pharaohs, and nobles, are not simply burial sites but encapsulations of the cultures that created them. They are symbolic representations of a people's worldview, spiritual practices, technological advancements, and their understanding of life and death. As archaeologists dig through these tombs, they are not just uncovering treasures but often unlocking the mysteries that have been locked away for millennia, questions that challenge our preconceived notions about human history, society, and capabilities. In the case of the ancient tombs of Egypt, perhaps no burial site has captured the imagination of the world more than that of the famous boy king, Tutankhamun. Discovered in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter, Tutankhamun's tomb became an archaeological sensation because of the staggering wealth of treasures found inside. Within the sealed chamber lay over 5,000 items, golden chariots, jewelry, statues, and most famously, a gilded death mask made from solid gold that would go on to become a symbol of ancient Egypt's grandeur. However, beyond the treasures, it is the tomb's very existence that raises so many questions. Tutankhamun, often considered a relatively minor pharaoh who came to the throne at a young age and died unexpectedly, was not thought to have been significant enough to warrant such an elaborate burial. His tomb, however, is one of the most opulent ever discovered in Egypt's Valley of the Kings. Some researchers suggest that the tomb was not originally meant for him, but rather was hastily repurposed when the young king died unexpectedly, potentially in a political or dynastic upheaval. The rapid construction of his tomb and the discovery of unfinished or repurposed burial goods further deepen the mystery. Was Tutankhamun's tomb meant to be a reflection of Egypt's grandeur, or was it an accident of history? What does the opulence of the tomb tell us about his true significance, despite his fleeting reign? The tomb itself also became a source of intrigue for another reason, the so-called curse of the pharaohs. This myth was born from a string of unexplained deaths that followed the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb. The most famous of these deaths was that of Lord Carnarvon, the financier of the expedition, who died shortly after the tomb was opened. In total, several individuals associated with the excavation died young or under mysterious circumstances, leading to the widespread belief that Tutankhamun's tomb was cursed. Though modern scholars dismiss the curse as a superstition, the idea that a tomb, sealed for so many centuries, could carry with it such a foreboding energy is a concept that continues to resonate with people to this day. The tale of the curse speaks to the ancient Egyptians' belief in the spiritual significance of death and the afterlife, and the importance they placed on protecting tombs from desecration. But was there something more to these deaths than just bad luck? Were the ancient Egyptians aware of potentially harmful substances in their tombs, such as bacteria or toxins, that could have caused these deaths? Perhaps the curse was more than just folklore, it was a cautionary tale about disturbing the sacred and the unknown. While the tomb of Tutankhamun remains one of the most famous, many other tombs around the world continue to intrigue and mystify researchers. One such site is the tomb of Lady Di, also known as Xianzhui, which was discovered in 1971 in the Mwangwi Han tombs in China. Lady Di's tomb is famous not only because of the wealth of items found inside but also because her body was remarkably well preserved. Unlike most ancient bodies, which decay over time, Lady Di's remains remained almost lifelike, with her skin still retaining its elasticity, and her veins and even her muscles visible beneath her skin. This level of preservation was achieved through advanced embalming techniques that have baffled modern scientists. The tomb itself was filled with exquisite treasures, including silk garments, painted wooden figurines, and jars containing medicinal substances, which were thought to aid the deceased in the afterlife. The level of sophistication in Lady Di's embalming, as well as the preservation of her body, raises fascinating questions about the ancient Chinese's knowledge of preservation techniques and medicine. How did the Han dynasty manage to preserve the body so well? What can we learn from the tomb about the beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife in ancient China? The fact that Lady Di was buried with such a wealth of items also speaks to the importance of the afterlife in Chinese culture. The tomb contained a number of ritual objects, including food, clothing, and even musical instruments, all meant to accompany her on her journey to the afterlife. The burial practices reveal a profound belief in the continuation of life after death and a desire to provide for the deceased in a spiritual sense. The sophistication of the tomb also reveals the level of social status held by Lady Di, as only the most important individuals in society could afford such elaborate burial preparations. But even more than that, the level of preservation and the presence of medicinal substances suggest that the ancient Chinese had developed an understanding of both the physical and metaphysical aspects of death that were far ahead of their time. What did they know about the body, the spirit, and the afterlife that we have lost over the centuries? In the Americas, the tombs of the Maya civilization also continue to captivate researchers. The tomb of Pakal the Great, discovered in 1952 in the ancient Maya city of Palenque, is one of the most famous Maya burial sites. Pakal, a ruler of the city, was buried with an impressive array of treasures, including jade ornaments, pottery, and intricate burial masks. However, it is the sarcophagus lid that has garnered the most attention. The lid is carved with a detailed image of Pakal descending into the underworld, surrounded by symbolic representations of the cosmos, stars, and celestial bodies. The image is so intricate and detailed that it has led some to speculate that it depicts not just a journey to the underworld, but a journey to the stars or a cosmic journey of some kind. Some even argue that the carvings resemble images of a spacecraft or extraterrestrial contact, though these interpretations remain highly speculative. What is undeniable, however, is that the Maya had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy. Their calendar system was one of the most accurate in the ancient world, and they had the ability to track the movements of the stars, planets, and other celestial bodies with remarkable precision. The imagery in Pakal's tomb suggests that the Maya viewed the afterlife as not just a spiritual realm, but as something cosmologically connected to the stars. Did they believe their rulers could ascend to the heavens upon death? And what was their understanding of the cosmos, which was so far advanced for their time?